It's 9:06. We're going to call the meeting to order. If you all rise for the invocation and the pledges. We have Brother Raul Elizondo here from New Life Church going to do an invocation. Thank you so much for being here today.
Scott, thank you for the invitation to come lead you in prayer. I'd like to open up our prayer with a scripture. It reads like this. I urge then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for all people, the kings, and all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we recognize that you are sovereign at all times. We acknowledge that you choose men and women to lead, protect, and govern those who have been entrusted to their care. The authority and responsibility given to these leaders requires commitment, discipline, sacrifice, and most important, love for people. But the Bible also makes it clear that we should pray, we should honor those that lead us. And at this time we pray for our county judge, Mrs. Scott, for the commissioners. We pray for protection over them and their families. We pray for strength from heaven as they make difficult decisions that might not be popular, but they're what's best, they're what's right. We pray for wisdom and discernment as you guide them, as they seek to make decisions that will impact the people they lead. We pray and ask for your favor and grace over this special group of leaders gathered here this morning. Te pido tu bendición, tu cuidado, favor y gracia sobre la señora Scott, señor Hernández, el señor Marés, señor González y el señor Chesney, que los guíes y los guardes a ellos y a sus familias. It is all this we pray in the name of your Son, Jesus, Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It is 9:09, and we have all but one of the commissioners here, and actually he is here. He will probably be stepping back in. He has a little emergency, and he may have to leave early today. We are at 901 Leopard, and we do certify we have a quorum here. The next item, item D, do we have any disclosures of conflicts of interest? There being none, we will move on. You can also bring that up at the time the item is called up if you fail to do that. Item E, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, and orders. E1, in recognition of the month of May as Foster Care Awareness Month. We have Peyton's going to read that for us. Do we have a motion for that as well?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second, if you want to read it, and then we'll vote.
Whereas we have a responsibility as individuals, neighbors, community members, and citizens of Corpus Christi to recognize that children and youth need unconditional love, support, security, and a place to call home. And whereas foster parents provide the love, safety, and stability that children and youth need in order to overcome past traumatic experiences so that they can reach their full potential. And whereas we must come together as a community to recognize the important role foster parents play in caring for children and youth who have experienced abuse and neglect, supporting family reunification, and building strong communities. And whereas through partnerships with families, child welfare staff, and public and private agencies, there is a collaborative effort to ensure that children and youth in Nueces County are supported and thriving. And whereas Nueces County is in need of dedicated care providers who will partner with local nonprofits and agencies to identify and connect children and youth in foster care to permanent lifelong relationships. And whereas during National Foster Care Awareness Month, we celebrate those who have invited vulnerable children and youth into their hearts and homes, and we express our profound appreciation for all those who help make foster care possible. And now, therefore, the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas does hereby proclaim May as Foster Care Awareness Month. and urges all citizens to recognize the valuable service of foster families in their communities. Furthermore, we do hereby commend Agape Ranch and local partnering nonprofits and agencies for their work to raise awareness and for supporting Coastal Bend foster families, foster and vulnerable children, and aged-out youth, duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on the 10th day of May, 2023.
And I think we have some people from Agape that, hey, you want to say a few words?
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm Shannon Murphy. I'm Community Relations Coordinator for Agape Ranch. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a month-long effort to bring awareness, but I just wanted to share a few facts with you today. In the United States, there are over 400,000 children and youth in foster care at any given day. As of March, locally, we have over 350 children in Nueces County that are in foster care, but we only have a little over 100 foster homes. So what that means is a lot of our children, the children of our community, are leaving our area, and sibling groups are being separated. When children can't remain safely in their home, we really rely on relatives and kin first to take care of these kids. But then after that, it's the foster families that we really rely on. Foster children are also available for adoption, and sometimes they're waiting 1.5 to 2 years to be adopted. As of March, we have 115 adoption-eligible children. So what is Agape Ranch doing for these children and for foster families? We work through prevention, foster care adoption, and aged-out youth. We have several programs supporting foster children and foster families. We just had an adoption event this past Saturday. We had 46 adoption-ready children attending, and we've already had 10 inquiries for those children. So please be in prayer for us that all those children find a forever family. So how can people help? Volunteer. We always need volunteer at all of our events. We have a match going on in May. Every dollar donated will be matched up to $20,000. Become a respite care provider or a foster parent. Help us show these children unconditional love. So thank you again very much, and you can visit agaperanch.org for more information.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. We have a, you have it? Yep, sorry.
That's okay.
To give you, yes. Do y'all want to do a photo, or are you okay? You want your proclamation? If y'all would like to come up, we would be happy to do a photo with you. Yes. Stay here or come up?
If anyone in the audience that is supporting foster families or foster children, we invite you to join us in a photo. Okay?
You all for what you do for our children.
Do it? I think so. And now we don't have to squeeze in between the little classes. Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Class is always the best.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thanks for your work. Appreciate you. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all very much. The next item up on the agenda is E2, in recognition of the month of May as National Preservation Month. And Peyton's going to read that one as well. Do we have a motion and a second for that?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, if you'll read the proclamation.
Whereas Nueces County has a number of National Register and State of Texas landmarks worth saving, visiting, and celebrating. And whereas historic preservation is an effective resource to promoting heritage tourism and economic development to revitalize our community character. And whereas it is important to acclaim the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping preserve the heritage that has assisted in shaping the nation, both urban and rural, and for all Americans, regardless of ethnic backgrounds. Whereas the month of May 2023, visit a museum dedicated to history walk around a historic neighborhood, and explore historic sites. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby proclaims May as National Preservation Month in Nueces County, and hereby urges all citizens, groups, and organizations to join the court in recognizing contributions made to preserve Nueces County's past for future generations. Duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 10th day of May, 2023.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I see Mr. Carlisle back there. Would you like to come up and address the court or anything?
I just want to thank y'all for all your help with us at the Nueces County Historical Commission. Kathy couldn't be here today, so I came down here and just thank y'all and appreciate all y'all's help with our markers and all our other programs that we do around the county, and we really appreciate your support.
And we have a proclamation for you as well. So, yes, you want to stand up here real quick.
One, two, three.
Thank you, sir.
And next item, number 3, in recognition of Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week, May 1st through the 7th, 2023. And Tyler's going to read that. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. If you want to read that, please.
Whereas many people with serious chronic mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, severe depression, or gastrointestinal disorders, including gastroparesis, nausea, and vomiting, require treatment with medication that work as dopamine receptor blocking agents, DRBAs, including antipsychotics. Whereas while ongoing treatment with these medications can be very helpful and even life-saving, for many people it can also lead to tardive dyskinesia, TD. Whereas TD is a movement disorder characterized by random, involuntary, and uncontrolled movements of different muscles in the face, trunk, and extremities. Whereas TD can develop months, years, or decades after a person starts taking DRBAs, and even after they've discontinued use of those medications, not everyone who takes DRBA develops TD, but if it develops, it is often permanent. Whereas it is estimated that over 600,000 Americans suffer from tardive dyskinesia. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, 1 in every 4 patients receiving long-term treatment with an antipsychotic medication will experience TD. Whereas years of difficult and challenging research have resulted in recent scientific breakthroughs, with 2 new treatments for tardive dyskinesia approved by the United States Food and Drug Administration. Whereas TD is often unrecognized and patients suffering from the illness are commonly misdiagnosed. Regular screening for TD in patients taking DRBA medications is recommended by the American Psychiatric Association, APA. Whereas Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week brings awareness to the disorder and allows the public and medical community to become more informed about tardive dyskinesia. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby proclaim May 1st through May 7th, 2023 as Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week, duly adopted by a vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 10th day of May, 2023.
Thank you, Tyler. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And is there anyone here that wishes to speak on behalf? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge Scott, Commissioners, and Nueces County. My name is J.D. Leza. Tardive dyskinesia is an involuntary movement disorder that is characterized by uncontrollable, abnormal, and repetitive movements of the face, torso, and other body parts. TD is associated with prolonged use of antipsychotic mental health medications that are used to treat bipolar disorder, depression, and schizophrenia. That's why the first week of Mental Health Awareness Month is recognized as TD Awareness Week. TD affects approximately 600,000 people in the U.S., but approximately 7 out of 10 people living with TD have not yet been diagnosed. For myself, in the late 1980s, during my first psychiatric inpatient treatment experience, the psychiatrists were trying several medications for me, and fortunately, antipsychotics was not one that I had to stay on. But TD was a fear that I had to learn about, a potential reality that I faced. Now in its 6th year, TD Awareness Week, May 1st through 7th, encourages the mental health and broader communities to learn about TD, including how to recognize symptoms, understand the burden of the condition, and accept the importance of speaking with a healthcare provider if they or someone they know may be experiencing bothersome, uncontrolled movements. As the reach for TD Awareness Week continues to grow each year, you'll be joining other advocates from across the country who are bringing awareness to TD. Please take some time at your convenience to learn more about this movement disorder at talkabouttd.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a proclamation for you as well, as if you will come up.
Sorry.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. No, I'm good. It's fine. She does it anyway.
Was he talking about me? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Moving on to item E4, in recognition of the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month. And I will make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. If Tyler, if you'll read that resolution, please.
Whereas mental health is part of overall health, whereas 1 in 20 U.S. adults experience serious mental illness each year, and 1 in 6 U.S. youths aged 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year. Whereas more than half of Americans report that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on their mental health. Whereas this Mental Health Awareness Month, we endeavor to turn the tragic and life-changing impact of COVID-19 into a spotlight on the growing need for systematic improvements in the mental health care system to meet the increased need as we return to some sense of a new normal. Whereas on average, 1 person in the U.S. dies by suicide every 11 minutes. Whereas suicide is the 2nd leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 34, and the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States. 90% of people who die by suicide had shown symptoms of a mental health condition, according to interviews with family, friends, and medical professionals. Whereas 1 in 4 people with a serious mental illness has been arrested by the police at some point in their lifetime, leading to over 2 million jail bookings of people with serious mental illness each year. Whereas 7 in 10 youth in the juvenile justice system have a mental health condition. Whereas through public and/or virtual education and working together to raise awareness, we can help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. Whereas we come together with every citizen and community to help end the silence and stigma of mental illness. Together we can realize our shared vision of a community where anyone affected by mental health conditions can get the appropriate support and care to live healthy and fulfilling lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Awareness Month, duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 10th day of May 2023.
Thank you for that, Tyler. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I see some folks here that want to come up and thank you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. My name is Sophia Jimenez. Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed in the U.S. since 1949. Each year, millions of Americans face the reality of living with a mental health condition. In May, NAMI joins the national movement to raise awareness about mental health. We fight stigma, provide support, educate the public, and advocate for policies that support people with mental health illnesses and their families. Mental Health Awareness Month provides a perfect opportunity for the NAMI Alliance to shine a spotlight on spreading helpful mental health resources and information on our local programs and initiatives. It's also a chance to encourage people to take action. For 2023 Mental Health Awareness Month, NAMI is launching the More Than Enough social media awareness campaign, uplifting and empowering the mental health community to feel that they are more than enough. We want to affirm the idea that people are inherently worthy of life, love, and healing, no matter what they look like, no matter where they are in their journeys, and no matter what they are or aren't able to do. This campaign is a message of hope and inclusion. Throughout the month, we will share messages related to how people can feel empowered, combat stigma, and get involved, ultimately sharing the message that all people, no matter where they are in their mental health journey, are deserving of support, resources, fulfillment, and a community that cares. I myself live with multiple mental health conditions, and from childhood to adulthood, I always suffered in silence, afraid to say anything. It wasn't until I met my spouse and sought help for them that I found NAMI, and NAMI gave me the tools and support I needed to realize that I was not living a life but just merely surviving. So I encourage everybody to help bring awareness, and one way you can support NAMI is they're having a wonderful Celebrity Jeopardy fundraiser, and they're still selling tickets for that, and that's going to be on Saturday the 20th of this month. Thank you very much for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony, too. We have this, too, if you want to come up. It was like, they're going to do one.
Good morning, Judge Scott and Commissioners. I just wanted to say thank you very much. Nueces County, as we know, is a county and a community that does practice mental health awareness. It's evidenced by the level of collaboration that we've seen not only from this court, but partners in the hospital district, the sheriff's office, the DA's office, our district courts, NAMI. I'm sure I'm forgetting a few others, but at the end of the day, just want to recognize the commitment that this court and this community has made towards mental health treatment. So thank you very much for this proclamation. We appreciate you.
You're very welcome. We appreciate everything that you all do for our community. Thank you.
I've never been this tall. That's my trick when I come down there.
Thank y'all. Thanks for what you do.
I guess so. I didn't send it. I know, right? Oh, well.
Moving on to item F, public comment. The first person up is Flo East, and let me just let you all know that you have 3 minutes to speak, but we can't speak back or answer anything like that. So don't think that we don't want to or aren't excited sometimes about what you say, but we're not allowed to talk during this time.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We know that you can't speak back, and we want to thank you for the photo before. I'm here on behalf of the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Scholarship Program. We had our awards last night, and they were wonderful. Most importantly, I want to say how much we greatly appreciate those fairgrounds and the impact they have had on the youth of Nueces County. They do make a difference with our stock show. These are 9 of our recipients that receive scholarships. They're going to take a minute just to say who they are. I did want to mention Bolero, our top sponsor this year. They donated $25,000 to our program, and we had many, many others, too numerous to mention right now. But, and I did bring a sheet from 2018 to 2023 that just shows the funds that we have allocated towards this great program. And just thank you for everything you do for that area, and don't stop. Thank you.
Next up, Leah Alonso.
Wait, I think they're all.
No, they've all signed up.
Oh, they
to
did?
speak.
Oh.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Leah Alonso. I'm a senior at Tolosa Midway High School. I'm honored to be here today to express my gratitude for the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Scholarship I have received. The scholarship has given me the opportunity to pursue my dreams and achieve my goals, and I am incredibly thankful for this opportunity. The Nueces County Junior Livestock Show has meant so much to me for the past 6 years. I have grown so much leadership and confidence. I will forever cherish the memories and people I have made along the way. The Nueces County Junior Livestock Show will always hold a place in my heart. As a student, I have always been passionate about learning and growing. The financial burden of tuition and other expenses can be overwhelming, and I am so grateful for the assistance that the scholarship has provided. It has allowed me to focus on my studies and pursue my academic goals without adding the stress of financial worries. But the scholarship has done more than that, just help me financially. It has given me the sense of validation and encouragement. Knowing that others believe in me and my abilities has been a tremendous confidence booster. It has inspired me to work every day harder and strive for excellence in everything that I do. After graduation, I plan to attend Texas State University in the fall to study animal science and minor in biology. After I graduate, I also plan to attend vet school. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the scholarship committee and to all of those who have made this scholarship possible. Your generosity and support have made a profound impact on my life, and I will forever be thankful for this opportunity. Thank you for everything that you do for the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. It has truly means so much to us as the youth. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you.
Chloe Atwater.
Hi, my name is Chloe Atwater, and I'm a recipient of the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Scholarship. And I wanted to thank you all for how much support you all give the show and everyone in the Nueces County. The show has been such a wonderful platform for me all these years to learn different skills and abilities, and it's even helped me realize what I wanted to do for my future. I would like to be a college professor, and it helped me realize that because I enjoy educating people. All those different mentors that I've had during the show, have encouraged me to pursue my dream. This show and all these organizations have been such a huge support to me, and they've become even part of my family, and I'm going to be really sad to see them go. So thank you all for the support that you've given us and the support that you've given me and other children around the county, because we're just a small fraction of those that you help, and I really hope you see how much gratitude that we are expressing to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Annabelle Borgo.
Hey y'all, I'm Annabelle Borgo, and I'm a senior at Calallen High School, and I've been involved in the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show for 10 years. My main projects were market goats, but of course you can't deny that I was behind the scenes every time. It's been my home away from home, and I wouldn't be myself without the people and experience that shaped me into the person I am today. I am so honored and grateful that I received this scholarship. This opportunity will help my endeavors as I plan to attend Texas Tech University to study early education. I would like to say thank you to my Nueces County family and the numerous opportunities it has provided me. I'm excited to start my new chapter of life, but sad to see a very important one be the past. Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you. Jack Task? Is that your last name, Task?
Bosky, yes,
Bosk.
ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
I'd like to thank y'all for being out here today. Thank you for giving us y'all's time for this early morning. My name is Jack Bosky. I'm a senior at Academy High School. I play baseball, and this is my final year for doing that. And I've showed goats since the 4th grade. It's kind of been a long haul for me. I've been thankful for this opportunity ever since I realized that I could be in the runnings for it. My mom helped me out a lot for everything that she's done for a long time. A long time she's been doing this, and I'm really thankful for what y'all have done, what y'all have donated for the county and everything else. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foskey. Jeremiah Hooper.
Good morning. So my name is Jeremiah Hooper. Last night I had the honor of receiving a Nueces County Junior Livestock Show scholarship. This scholarship will greatly benefit me while I attend Texas A&M University College Station. I would like to thank the NCJLS Scholarship Committee and the numerous volunteers, businesses, and community leaders who support
Recording
our
in
Nueces
progress.
County Junior Livestock Show. It has been a great part of my life and my family since the 4th grade. I've shown rabbits since the 4th grade all the way till this last year. I've done ag mech projects. I started out with a 3-compartment vegetable bin that was inspired by my grandpa, and then I've built multiple deer blinds as well these past few years, and with big help from my dad and my mom. It's been a great honor to do that. The people I've met through the Livestock Show have made a huge impact on my life, whether it was judges or just board members or mentors. Those people, along with my experiences, has, as he said, shaped me into a better man than he was when he was 18. My father.
We agree. Sorry, I'm not.
Somebody finally said it.
But I would like to encourage parents and young people, 4th through 12th grade, to participate in the show. The NCJLS has had a very positive effect on my life, like I said. My public speaking skills have increased, my leadership skills, many life skills, and even my craftsmanship and design through Ag Mech have improved. And my experiences at Ag Mech have actually led me to choosing my college major in construction science. So it has had a huge impact on me. So I just want to thank you, County Judge Scott, and the commissioners for your support and on your projects during the NCJLS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hooper. Sydney King.
Recording stopped.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sydney King, and I'm a senior at Tolosa Midway High School. I have spent the past 10 years as a 4-H member and an exhibitor in the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. Without the stock show, I wouldn't have had the amazing opportunities that helped mold me into the person I am today. I will eternally be grateful to have surrounded myself with such a kind, thoughtful, and supportive community that have stemmed from the stock show I was raised in. It is an honor to have received such a prestigious award. And similar to the other recipients, earning this scholarship is proof that through hard work and dedication, there is no limit to our growing successes. The NCJLS scholarship will help fulfill my dreams of attending Texas A&M University in College Station, where I will then earn a degree in agricultural leadership and development. After my education, I plan to come back to Nueces County and serve as a county extension agent, where I can then give back to the community that has raised and given me so much. Thank you, and gig 'em.
Thank you, Ms. King. Aaron Shepard.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Shepard. I'm a senior at Calhoun High School.
I can say I've probably almost done everything at the high school, including the stock show. I've been doing the stock show since I moved to Cal Allen in 3rd grade, and I've learned so much through the stock show on how to be a leader, how to work with other people, and above all, how to talk in public. I can say that's greatly helped who I am today because I do a lot of stuff that require public speaking. I am grateful for what the stock show has done for me in that aspect. And then on top of that, this scholarship, I will be attending Texas State University in San Marcos this coming fall to study business administration. So this scholarship just makes it a little bit easier to go to college because that's more money I don't have to pay out of my pocket and out of my parents' pocket. So it's because of gracious people like y'all up here and then other people in this room that we have the ability to do this. And I would also like to say thank you to my mom. She is in the back here. Hi, Mom. So my mom is always on me about doing scholarships and stuff like that. So I'm very grateful for people like her. I'm very grateful for people like y'all that help us to have the ability to do stuff like this so that we can continue our educational careers at fine university. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emma Womack.
Good morning. My name is Emma Womack, and I'm a senior at London High School and a member of the London 4-H Club. I'm here because I was a recipient of the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Scholarship, and I'm incredibly grateful to have been chosen as one of the 9 recipients. I've been participating in NCJLF for the past 10 years, and it's been a really big part of my life. I'm also especially grateful for my parents who signed me up for the show all those years ago in 3rd grade. But participating in homemaking and showing my animals has allowed me to learn so many life skills and prepare me for my future. So I'm so grateful for the opportunity to just participate in the show as well. After I graduate, I will be attending Texas A&M University in College Station, majoring in allied health to hopefully become a physician's assistant. Once again, I am incredibly grateful not only for the county and the donors for providing me with financial assistance, but for my future plans, but also for their confidence in me that I can succeed in the next chapter of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tawny Harley. Harlan.
Harlan.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Tawny Harlan. And I just want to say the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show has been a huge part of my life with my children. All 3 of my children were fortunate enough to go from 3rd grade all the way through 12th grade. They all 3 received a scholarship. And so the way that we give back is by volunteering. We participate in many different organizations through the livestock show, different divisions, but the one that is closest and most dearest to my heart is this one, the scholarship. We are not building or growing or raising animal projects. We are raising children, the future of this county. And I hope every one of these children come back and donate back to this organization with their time and their efforts. I greatly appreciate all of y'all's efforts in keeping this show going. We greatly appreciate our fabulous donors, Valero being the biggest one, our premier donor. And so any chance that you get to support these kids, come out to the show, do a simple add-on. Add-ons is how we build this show. We had over 900 projects this year. I can't remember what the sell lot was, but we ended up with $2.5 million in the show. And we ended up with $63,000 that we donated this year to these kids. So we greatly appreciate your time and efforts of keeping this show going. It is extremely important to the youth of Nueces County, and it is building our leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let them get out of the doors first. It'll be loud. Marcus Martinez.
Morning.
Good morning.
County Judge, Commissioners. I do apologize, I'm looking for my page here. So the reason I'm here today is to speak just a little bit, or again, my name is Chief Deputy Marcus Martinez with the Precinct 5 Constable's Office with Oscar Mendoza, Constable, 710 East Main, Robstown, Texas. The reason I'm here today is I noticed one of the things on the agenda today was the AEDs, the defibrillators, and I think it's a great tool, knowing that some of these items are going to be placed in our patrol units. Currently, our department has 2, and we're hoping and focusing on more units for our patrol staff. It's always a crucial and important part of our tool belts. What we call our Batman belt. It's a little thing that we put in our patrol units, and you never know what we're going to encounter, whether it's an elderly person or a small child or a middle-aged person. This is one great tool, I think, that we bring to the table, and it's exciting to see this on the agenda. It's exciting to see if this opportunity will become something that we'll be able to have. And I hope in the future that maybe we can have one for every unit, but baby steps, But to get some of these units in our patrol vehicles is a great tool that we'll be able to utilize, and it'll cut down the time. As we all know, whenever it's a medical issue, time is of its essence. And being that we have a lot of rural areas, and I'll just give one example, the Sandy Hollow, it can take 15, 20 minutes to get there for EMS. And there's times that we get there before them, and then we have a downtime of 7, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. And if we're having to do chest compressions for that long amount of time, it can get pretty stressful and pretty tiring. So, but again, seeing this on the agenda, I think it's a great opportunity to provide something like this with AEDs in our patrol units. And again, thank you for your time, and thank you for listening, and hopefully this gets done. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Dustin Cronin.
Good afternoon, Judge Scott and County Commissioners. I am Dustin Cronin, and today is my first time speaking at a county meeting. I've done it a lot at city council meetings and CCISD board meetings, and I've been an advocate for autism for, in August will be a year here in Nueces County in Corpus Christi, and I've been meeting with a lot of community members to help improve the lives of people who are on the autism spectrum. And as we just wrapped up in April, Autism Awareness Month, and now we're in Mental Health Awareness Month, and we have done a lot of work with the law enforcement, with the city and the county. And I know you and I met, Judge Scott, and with as far as Sheriff Hooper, and we are getting a lot done with Constable Precinct 5 back there, and the sheriff, and to help them understand the lives and understand the symptoms and all that, and to end the rush to judgment and all the bullying and all that. And I know it's my first time speaking, but excuse me if I'm kind of stuttering a little bit, or if I'm kind of stumbling.
Good job. Good job.
And today I'm here to bring awareness to the whole county, and we're doing a lot in the city. And we've been getting a lot with, especially with Officer Barnes at CCPD, getting some training in. And thank y'all very much for helping put this together and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment that didn't sign up? Okay, then moving right along and to item G, board appointments. The G1, the Nueces County Animal Services Advisory Committee. There was one application. There's one vacant position. Do I have anyone that wants to make a motion or?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to appoint the one application, Shane Gleason?
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
We thought you have an agenda right there. Sorry. There's the applicant is Shane Gleason. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments, discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. First, are there any items that need to be pulled? I have one that needs to be pulled. Item S for discussion. It should have been on the regular agenda, but we missed it and it got put on there, so.
I think we have to reappoint those other board members,
Oh, you have to reappoint? I only had the motion to appoint him, sorry.
right? I thought.
That's the only name I saw, so.
I only saw the one.
I don't think we ever reappointed the other ones. Did we?
No, it's still pending. I believe it's still.
Oh, so we need to put it back on.
Yeah, we need
So
to
it
put it
didn't-
back to add for the rest of the
okay.
board appointments. So
Okay.
today is just to appoint this Shane today, and the next meeting we can bring to
Can you put it
appoint for
back
the
on?
rest. Correct.
Because those got hung and, huh? What?
It's not germane.
It's
I
not.
mean, it's pretty close, I would think, but I don't know. I'll let the,
committee.
I don't know. It just says for
It's
this one.
just the one appointment was all I had. I didn't have the other.
Yeah, I don't know how that, it's okay.
I don't know how that happened either.
Someone just put it
Yes.
on for next one.
Germans have to do with
I mean-
I'm sorry. I have to say that. It's a classic movie line.
What did he say?
He said it wasn't germane. I said, what do
No,
the
I didn't
Germans
say it
have
wasn't.
to do
I
with it?
said it
Go
doesn't.
Google it. It's,
Sorry.
Okay, does anyone else have any items on the consent agenda they wish to pull for further comment? I am pulling item S.
Which one, Judge? I'm sorry.
S. On our bank depository, there's several items in there that we have to vote upon and approve. It can't be on
D.
consent. D.
Yeah, 18 to 26.
D 18 to 26? Okay.
18 to 26.
item T.
T.
Judge, I would make a motion to pass the remaining items that have not been pulled. Oh, I'm sorry.
Second.
Sorry. You have another one?
Yeah, I just want to,
I've already given mine. Mine's already gone. Mine's already been done.
okay. No, never mind then. No.
So we have a motion to pass all of the items excluding item D, item S, and item T. And we have a second.
I
for
think it
that.
was just D 18 through 26, Judge.
Oh, yeah, D 18 through 26, item S and item T. Yes.
That'd be my motion, Judge, to pass the
Second.
remainders.
We have a motion and a second. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item D, authorized payment of bills, special motions, the item 18 through 26.
Judge, on that one, that's one we tabled for today. We're asking Land to provide us update, back up on some of the invoices that weren't complete. And we just got the backup yesterday, about 4 o'clock, I guess. So the stack of it, so we haven't time to read it yet.
If you'd like to
So
move
we'll
it to the next.
meeting. To-
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second to move this to the next meeting in May. What day is that? 22nd? 24th. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item S, there are several different things in here. Approve the opening bid process for applications for the county bank depository, county and district clerk, court registry funds depository, and county sub-depositories. So that's one motion we have to do, is approve that going out. Is Michael Robinson not in here? I guess we don't need anything. Yeah. Well, I'll make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and second
What are you at, what number?
on S. That's on the bank depository S.
What's the question?
I got half, travel on half.
Who am I?
Mine goes travel on half.
No, S.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're a little preoccupied today.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
We have to approve the bid process. This has to go out. It is coming up due, and we need to post it. So that's all we're approving first. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And the ending date is June the 5th when he goes out, when he puts that out. That doesn't need to be voted. Approve adding to the Commissioners Court schedule. We're going to have a special meeting. We're hoping to do it Wednesday, June the 14th, 2023.
That's correct. Yeah,
To
we just add in the
take up
meeting.
take up this
Which
item
one?
alone because of the deadlines
Which
for
one?
it to expire.
Yes.
We're going to have a special meeting Wednesday, June the 14th, if y'all will approve that so we can post it for this one item.
So moved.
For item S?
Item S, when we get those in, because it expires, we have to have a special meeting because it will end before that. So we have to do a meeting. It was easier to just plan on it being the Wednesday.
I won't be here, but I mean, y'all can do it.
I will be out of town too, so we need 3 other members that are going to be here.
I'm not going to be here.
And he's not going to be here, so.
I will be here.
Oh, you will? You think you'll be back by then? 1 month? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a really important date because the contract that we have expires in June 30th. So that's why we add in this June 14th to make able to do that, accomplish the deadline.
It should be a pretty quick, as long as the 3 of y'all.
Yeah,
can
that
be
should
here,
be the
but-
only.
We just have to have 3 people present. Yeah.
Correct.
Sorry. I planned,
Okay. So we're going to approve that meeting Wednesday.
So we're not approving S today, we're just approving the meeting for S.
Yes, for that.
You've already
approved the first, you've already done the first part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Voted for it, so yes.
We just want to set the meeting, but we'll have to post it.
We
Now,
added
the other thing, we have to appoint a selection committee made up of the investment committee members, including the county judge, county clerk, did we talk about 3, or are we
County
doing all
manager
of
and
them?
tax assessor collector, or their designees. Or you want all of them?
You want all of them, or did you want 3?
Well, what we done with the, previously just 3 of that committee, which is normally the people from the investment committee, the same people. So it's up to, it could be just 3 or it could be, we normally as commissioners is auditor's office, county clerk, and commissioner's court administration.
But I was
That's
in the
4.
Auditor's office,
Yeah, I was
correct,
like,
which
I'm
is
in
part
that
of, that's
one. Yeah.
correct,
Got to have the auditor.
correct.
Yes.
That's 4.
So I think that we should be including everybody from
So
this.
you want all 5 of these, or what do you want?
Yes, please.
Okay, a
Yes.
motion to appoint to the investment committee, the county judge, the county clerk, the county auditor, the commissioner court manager, and the tax assessor collector or their designees. That's the motion.
That's the selection committee for this bid process, not the investment. You're
I'm
not
sorry,
appointing
the
the
selection-
investment committee.
The selection committee made up of investment
Yes.
committee
Okay.
members.
Yes,
I didn't read
thank
it
you.
right, sorry.
Yes.
That's correct.
We have a motion and a second.
on the second one.
She said we didn't have to, it's just a date because we're going to post it. Do we need to vote on the
I don't
date?
know, it's on the agenda. It's
Yeah.
y'all.
Whatever.
Vote on it, on it.
Okay, so I made a motion on this one. We can go back to that one.
Motion and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
I'm not,
Motion passes just on the selection.
right, and then I'll let those of you who are here, because I don't want to vote on something that I'm not going to be on, so.
That's also to adopt the order as well. It's adopt an order of.
I did, I read the,
Yeah.
to adopt an order appointing a selection committee made up of the
Yes.
investment committee members, including those 5 people.
Yes. But we don't have to do a vote on the date because that's going to be posted.
It's fine.
That will be, yeah.
If you want one, great, whatever you want to do.
It's y'all's agenda,
No,
the way it's worded.
No,
That's
no,
all. And y'all did a motion and a
That's
second.
why we
Whatever
had
the
to
judge
pull it
wants.
because it was on here like this.
Whatever judge wants to do.
We're moving forward. Moving on to item T, ratify local agreement between the Alice Police Department and the Nueces County District Attorney's Office for purposes of joint criminal investigations and seizures. And I believe you pulled that one, Commissioner Modis.
Thank you, Judge. I guess who's going to be talking on this item?
It looked like,
Yep, Mike?
yeah, Mike's here.
Officer Thomas. So I love, partnerships agreements. I know you all have done that a lot.
Yes, sir.
And we see it almost daily on social media. I mean, how many different busts that you're getting. I see you when I'm driving within the speed limit down I-77. I see you parked there a lot of times. But I saw this agreement. This is just, I guess, another agency working with y'all, or how does this work?
Yes, sir. So the framework was built around force multiplying. Alice Police Department has a police officer, detective within their agency who's assigned to DEA's task force in Corpus
He has been our assigned DEA special agent to work cases with us on the federal side for federal adoption. So what we've done is we've allowed an avenue through this MOU to not only allow federal jurisdiction for this officer, which is what he'll have in Nueces County, but we've also included an opportunity for him to have local jurisdiction through the DA's office to work concurrently with our officers on state-level investigations. Unfortunately, not all cases will rise to the level of federal prosecution, so sometimes we'll have to, do a search warrant here or there. Well, locally, he doesn't have the jurisdiction to do that within Nueces County. He can only do that in Alice, in the city of Alice. So this is done, and we've done it in a way that there's zero output of any fiscal responsibility for the county. As a matter of fact, we've written within the MOU is any information that we provide to the Alice Police Department, whereas they make a stop for us on one of our lookout vehicles that may have money, there's already an agreement to split that money to where there's zero bickering, negotiating on the side or anything like that. So that's done within the MOU.
So it's a force multiplier, and it doesn't cost us money additional?
No, sir.
That's awesome. I was going to ask you about how much does it cost? So.
Nothing.
All right. I'm good with that.
And the money is confiscated, stays where?
So the agreement is 50%. Once the district attorney's office, along with their MOU with their local district attorney, with the Alice Police Department, whatever their MOU is, I believe they get the agency gets 80% and the district attorney's office gets 20%. So what we've done is immediately we've just laid down a 50-50 split. If it's our information that we're providing to Alice, they'll keep the 50%, and the other 50% will come back to this county, awarded as forfeiture.
And the money can be used for what?
For training, equipment, office supplies that we desperately need to do our jobs effectively. And it's going to be spread within the 5 agencies that are currently supplying officers to the task force.
Very good.
Are you making a motion?
Motion to approve, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Moving on to item 3, the regular agenda items.
No, it's okay. We're okay.
Okay. 3A1 is receive an update from our they're going to be on at 11 o'clock. Sorry, skip that one. 3A2, receive presentation from Jason Green, General Manager, Richard Borchard Fairgrounds on the RV parking lot. Hello, Jason. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. I need some slides. Okay. Yeah, so if we could go to the next slide, it has a, the map there. You can see the highlighted yellow areas show basically 3 areas basically where the RV spots are located. So the 2 arrows to the upper right of the screen, that is on the east side of the facility, kind of behind Exhibit Hall B, kind of between the maintenance shop in the corner near the wetlands and the equestrian center horse stalls. And that's the main lot. That has 128 RV spots in there. And then the location, the bottom arrow, the yellow one on the bottom there, south of the equestrian center has 26 RV spots for a total of 154 that are on property. They are equipped with a 30 amp and 50 amp electrical outlets. They have water hookups, and we have 2 dump stations on each of the ends for wastewater that people can dump their wastewater in. Actually, right now, it's I call it like a sea of RVs because we just finished yesterday afternoon 4 days we had of the Rodeo Corpus Christi Buck Days qualifying rounds. So they will start tonight downtown here for 4 days. So a lot of the people are still staying with us. So there's at one point we had over 80 RVs that are out there. There's still a big number that's out there. So for us, that's big. So that went really well the last 4 days, and we'll have people staying with us, probably leaving Sunday morning because it ends down here Saturday night. But it's basically used for events. A lot of our horse events, we do use it for the gun show, peddler show, gem mineral show, reptile show, the livestock show, barbecue cook-off. You typically will have about 40 RVs for the kickoff weekend that are out there. The livestock show carnival uses the RVs out there as well. Going back, 2012, 2013, and 2015, we did have the RV chapter meetings, Association for Airstream, the type of RV Airstream. So they actually had rented our ballroom, and they used all 3 times. There was over 100 RVs that were used out there. Then they went after 2015 to another location, and then of course the pandemic hit. So we are going to try to get some of these, if it fits. Some of these RV associations are gigantic, where they need like 300, 400, 500 RV spots, which we don't have. But we will try to get back some of that RV association business to utilize it more. We're basically not an RV park per se for the public. We don't really have amenities or facilities, but there are RV parks that don't have that either, or RV areas. But we basically don't do long-term stays because they might interfere with some events or parking. But we do accommodate like a lot of, if we do get calls from the public and we can accommodate them, like, we've had in the past somebody will call and say, well, I'm coming down for a couple weeks and I need an RV spot because I'm working oil field. So we can accommodate them kind of towards the area where the wetlands is back there near our maintenance shop. There's some, it's nice and quiet. We've had some passerbyers too say, I want to come 3, 4, or 5 days coming into the area. That they are finding us on our website to find an area. And also we do get sometimes passerbyers that are going to an event, like they're going to a rodeo in Mercedes, or they're going to a rodeo maybe in Laredo. So if they're coming, sometimes they'll lay over with us and they'll get RVs or the horse stalls and all that too. But in terms of the revenue, we basically charge $30 per night. I know when we first started, maybe 12, 13 years ago when they were built, because they were built a couple of years after the fairgrounds was up. I think we started at like 21. We do market research to try to see what campgrounds and other locations are charging. So right now we're at $30 a night. Doesn't mean that we maybe can't raise that to 35, but we're going to do some market research and see what we can do. But in 2021, the revenue was $14,042 total for the year. Which included events and then those that are like not events that are just coming through or things like that. And in 2022 was just under that at $13,480. So in the overall, it's really not a lot of revenue per se. So maybe we can get that up somehow. We've thought about this more in ways that maybe we can advertise it a little bit more. The marquee sign where the library is. And again, maybe we do something that with parameters, like maybe it's just up to a 2-week stay based on availability. We can advertise that out there and then see what we can get to accommodate maybe more of the public, with of course, not compromising any events. The fairgrounds website, social media, things like that. So basically, that was pretty much the presentation. The next slide had kind of the RV spots. The upper right is the bigger lot east of Exhibit Hall B, and then the location down below. So the upper part goes from letters A through F, and I believe it's G and K that are on the, no, I'm sorry, A through E, and then F and G are on the bottom south of the Equestrian Center. Yep. So that's pretty much it on the presentation. If you have any questions on the RV spots, I can answer that.
Yeah.
I have a few questions.
Yes.
When I met with you, Jason, and the one taking your place.
Arcelia.
Arcelia? Sylvia or Arcelia? Arcelia.
Yeah, and I'll introduce her in a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, my deal when and I've been doing this for a while, and I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I like to see that area full most of the time, except when you have events. You can work around events. The coastal parks, they have, of course, they have the water and everything else, but out here we have other things too. That people can go to Corpus, they go to the island and come back. they go to anything around. And the thing is, they can also attend some events there at the fairgrounds if there are some events. But I think we need to promote it, you know, where we can. I just think, I mean, 14,000 is really nothing. Probably we pay more than that in maintenance. But I think that if you know, and I agree the one fact that, you know, I told you, I said I don't want to sit for a week or 2 weeks at the most, you know. But I travel down to San Antonio a lot of times, and I see little mobile parks there that are full. You know, there's nothing there either. You know, no trees, no nothing, but they're full. You know, and so I think that we need to find a way, as much as we need the money, find a way to bring in more money instead of 14,000, maybe bring in 100,000. You know, and I don't. That money, I guess, stays with. Does that money stays with y'all there, or what? How does that work?
Yeah, that goes into our operating budget. So any revenues we get goes into the operating budget, but we're operating off of the county's budget. Right. So it certainly would help. Yeah, absolutely.
I think advertising that may help, because we have an RV and we travel. You did before I got elected again, traveled some or planned on it, but that is a very cheap price, and I think maybe very people cheap. Don't know. There are probably workers that come through or something that need a place to. That was going to be my next thing about the price. I don't know what anybody else does, but I mean, $30. I mean, $50 is even cheap. $50. Yeah. You know, I just you know, we check around, see what everybody else charges. Yeah. I don't think of any park that's going to just stay overnight for $30, you know, but I just think we need to really start promoting this thing in a way, and you know, you all got the dates for those events that you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Work around those dates, but you know, a lot of the winter Texans that come down during the winter time, but who don't have a lot of events, you know, I think that's, you know, they're looking for a place to stay. Yep. You know, and like I said, they might enjoy the fact that they have some events there they can attend. So I think it's, you know, I think for me, I think it's something that we can look at for the future to really build up. You know, I like to see 50,000 income instead of 14,000 or 100,000. So we need it, right? And since we give you a budget at the beginning of the year, maybe that can subsidize our budget, right?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
But anyway, that's the reason I asked you to. That's why I put it in the agenda for you to give us a presentation. I just don't think we're doing enough in that area that. Promoting it, and I think we need to start promoting it and start doing something with it. We spend a lot of time with the military out there fixing those, those slots, and bring them up to par, bring them electrical and everything else. So we spend quite a minute out there doing that. So we need to bring that money back in. So. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Yes, definitely.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's it.
Did you want to introduce your?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Judge, real quick.
Go ahead. He has a question.
One point. I think we need a bigger philosophical discussion on the purpose of those facilities. I think they were built to support whatever events, right? Y'all get cold calls sometimes of an event that comes up out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. That's my biggest concern, is that we fill it up with, hey, bringing in revenue is a great stream that we may not have, because we know there's maybe some low times depending on, the season. But if you talk to anybody that owns an RV park or ever stayed in an RV park, it gets complicated. A few at a time is okay, but you talk about maintenance, you talk about security issues. When you get people living together, it gets very territorial. People want to live in their own personality, in their own world. It can cause problems, drugs, anything else. So that would be my big worry about that. I think we can dedicate an area that that you can use, and that's it. Maybe on special occasions, maybe extend it out more. But that would be my concern. But I totally agree. I think we can bring revenue. I think we can increase the amount that we're charging, definitely. One or two people working in oil fields is great. But once word gets out, if anybody watches it, they're going to probably start calling, which is a good problem, but it's still a problem. I worry about the liability, right? I think if it's tied into any event that we have, it makes more sense to accommodate. And we want to see more of those events, with people coming in, utilizing that. So that would be my only concern.
Yeah,
that,
we've thought about that too.
So, but I think it's a great idea to address it. And so maybe we can have future discussions sometime soon as you hand the reins over. So, thanks.
Great, thank you. I guess while I'm up here, I want to take the opportunity to thank you all very much. It's been Pleasure to work with you. I've worked with a few different courts. It's all been great. And thank you all for all your help and support. Just looking back, it's almost 15 years that I've been at the fairgrounds, and it's a pretty crazy thought. You know, the years just go by so quickly. So again, thank you. It is very sad. I've had an outpouring of such nice things that are being said to me, and you know, I will miss it. But you know, moving home for family reasons it's going to be good as well. So exciting on the other end, and you know, sad here. So thank you, and I'll be here one more month. I do have a move date of June 12th, so I'll probably work right up to the 9th or 10th. I think we have some event activity going on the 10th. But on the 12th will be my move date. But I've also told the staff that, you know, please call me. I will help remotely. It's not a problem. You know.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem.
We're going to get you back in here before you leave too. So.
Thank you. So I want to introduce Arcelia Padron. She's been our director of sales for the last 3 years. She does have a lot of other experience too in sales, operations, events. So she's going to be taking the reins. So I'm going to be. I'm already in the process of training with her. We're working closely together. The only thing is we'll also have to now replace and bring in a new director of sales. So we're working on it. So I just want to introduce her. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Rosalia Padron, and I just want to say thank you for having us and thank you for your support. And I just look forward to just, you know, keeping the fairgrounds how he was managing it and just trying to bring in more revenue.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Item number 3.
Did you say we were skipping one, Judge? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
We're bringing it up at 11 because they're going to Zoom from Austin.
Perfect.
I forgot, and I didn't look at the time when I started reading it. Discuss and consider the Bob Hall Pier design from engineer and recommendations from the Nueces County Coastal Parks and all related matters.
Good morning, everybody, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
So we're going to present the 30% design that was presented to us at the Coastal Parks Board meeting last month. Mm-hmm. Yeah, last month. And so from there, I know that Commissioner Chesney has a Word document where the board provided some input. I don't know if it's been passed out to all y'all or not.
Yeah, we got that late yesterday and didn't forward well, so I just passed it out. I apologize for the delay in getting that to the court, but I didn't get it till yesterday either. So
yeah, okay. So anyhow, I just wanted y'all to be aware of that, and I'll turn it over to the engineers.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, I'm Scott Harris. I'm with LAN. I'm the county's project manager for the Bob Hall Pier projects. Today we'll talk about the 30% design submittal that Jacob submitted for the rebuild of the pier. I'll go into some of the QC review that's happened over the last week and a half. The fourth item I have is just a high-level overview of the budget to show you a little bit of that. And then we can, at the very end, we can open it up to this discussion about the insurability of the concession, and if there's others who want to speak to that, or if you all want to speak to the insurability issues that have been evident over the last several weeks, we can open it up to that. And we can also talk about some alternatives for the concession if we do find that as an issue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Louis Klusmeyer, who's got a brief presentation, shows a portion of what he delivered to the county on May 1st. Louis?
Thank you, Scott. Actually, thank you, Scott Harris and Scott Cross. Welcome, Judge. Welcome, Commissioners. Jacobs has completed the scope of work up to and including the 30% design submittal for Bob Hall Pier. Just here to present those, an overview of those to y'all. All of the information was submitted to our program manager, Scott Harris at LAN, on the 24th. We presented the same information to the Parks Board that Thursday and are here to present that to y'all. We submitted several documents. One of those was the basis of design. Not what we're showing here, but it's several pages that has a lot of text on design criteria we're using, environmental loadings, the rationale for the 100-year design storm instead of a hurricane category 4, 5, 6, or whatever. There's a rationale for that is in that design basis of design. We provided a detailed cost estimate that meets the budget, and we have submitted the drawings. I'd like to briefly go through the drawings that we have right here, just to kind of run you through them quickly. Our architect, Mark Macha, should be online. If he's, for some reason, not able to get on, I'll run through the restaurant, the concession drawings also. Starting with the first page there that you see, let's start at the land side and go out. What you'll see at the bottom of the page there is you've got next to that big square for the contractors lay down a storage area. There is a new water line coming from Park Road 22 across the dunes and out to the pier. That provides water service, a more uninterruptible water service for the pier itself, and also it's a larger line which is required for the sprinklers, which is required for the restaurant. That was obviously not required by code back when the restaurant was originally built. It is now. We are also replacing the sanitary sewer line that goes from the restaurant. It's that line that goes off at an angle toward from the pier, to the restrooms up there. That's the new replacement sanitary sewer line. Then starting from taking a look at the profile at the bottom there, we've got an existing ramp that goes up. It is the same length, same slope as the current ramp. That is intended so that we can obviously provide vehicular access to the restaurant for delivery of supplies, and also a pickup truck, gator for maintenance of the pier, collecting trash, etc. There is ADA access just to the north of that provides ADA access from the beach up there also. The entire pier width is 20 feet now. It was 15.5 feet, so that's an increase of 4.5 feet. One of the things that was greatly desired by all the public when they went through and commented. Very happy we were able to maintain that and still get it within the budget there. What you'll see there is you've got to see the existing pavilion on the top, where we're calling to renovate that existing pavilion. It does have some minor repairs that need to be done to the concrete underneath it. An estimate for that is included in the budget. Underneath that is the restaurant, which is reconstructed in the same location as it was before it was demolished. To the south of the pier there is a new concession area. That is an area for Scott Cross and his staff to provide access control, collecting of fees, etc., from fishermen and other public. Unpaid restroom on the left as you're looking at it, and a paid restroom on the right-hand side for the patrons of the pier itself. As you go out there then, again, this pier is 20 feet wide instead of 15.5. As you go out, you'll see some of the little yellow areas there. That is the areas indicating where the pier lighting would be. Access. One of the comments we got from Scott is that he would like to stagger that on either side. Easily done. All of the comments we've received so far will be easily taken care of between now and the 60% submittal. The pier itself, if you're looking at the profile underneath, if you knew about it before or were intimately familiar with it, you'd see that this level now goes out flat. Previously, the ramp went up. The building itself was about plus 18.5. Then it ramped down again to about 16. So it lost about 1.5 feet of elevation. Here, to have greater height from the waves, reduce the possibility of damage, we have increased that height so that it goes out flat from the existing restaurant itself. You can also see on the profile at the bottom there, visual indication of where the pier lighting would be, the overall height of it. With respect, those are about 15 feet tall. Lights and light standards very similar. Matter of fact, certainly could be virtually identical to what is provided at Cole Park Pier in downtown city of Corpus Christi. Again, if you look up there, we have not indicated yet where the fish cleaning stations would be, but we do anticipate 2 of those. You'll see the pier plan at the far pier head at the far right-hand side there. This is one change that you see from what you've seen previously. Previously, that was had a shape, an angle on both the water side and the land side. Currently, it is straight across the back. That was a cost-saving measure to required to get the pier down to the construction budget that we have available. Can you move to the next page, please? This right here is a section of, say, if you were underneath the pier, looking out along it, this is what you would see. You would see a longitudinal portion of concrete on the right-hand side and the left, and then either concrete panels or solid concrete panel at each bend, or you would see a pop-off panel, which is shown on the right-hand side. And those pop-off panels, they're intentionally for when a hurricane comes through, because we do expect that to happen. The waves from the hurricanes are high enough, they will hit the pier. The pop-off panels are essentially that. They are designed to pop off. Then you go out and you recover them and put them back in. That is so that when the hurricane comes along, the pier structure itself is not damaged.
Can I just interrupt you just for a second? Because there's
Yes,
a lot
sir.
of confusion the last time this happened. The pier the last time had the pop-off panels as well, and it actually functioned as it was supposed to. In other words, there was a lot of people that would email me and say, well, how come y'all didn't go out there and take the panels off the pier? And I'm like, no, wait a minute. That's physically impossible to go get. I don't know, how many panels are there out there?
There are hundreds out there, sir.
Hundreds and hundreds of panels off before a hurricane hits. So it's not designed to be able to go disassemble a pier before a hurricane. It's designed for them to pop up with a surge. They might pop up, they may pop off, where you can go recover them. But I just want to make sure that distinction is out there. So this is a very important, feature of this pier that I think is great. But it's not meant so that you can go disassemble it. It's simply meant so that they pop up when the surge hits. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, Commissioner Chesney. The intention here is that waves come in, they come up, and they have a lot of force on them. So they come up, and those panels, essentially pop up. If the waves are not very high, they settle back down in the same location. If they're extremely high, they can get picked up and, in an extreme example, taken off the pier. I mean, if you take a look at some of those pictures in Florida from the recent hurricane, you see a bunch of lines of concrete out there, but nothing on top. Those are the pop-off panels doing exactly what they're intended to do.
Thank you.
No, it's not intended to go out there and have staff take them off. They will have to go out there and find them or reconstruct new ones after a hurricane.
Thank you.
Certainly. This here is, as you'll notice there, we've got 2 piles per bent. At the same 33-foot spacing that they were previously. Moving on to the building here, the next page. Mark, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, go ahead, sir.
Hi, pleasure to see everybody and be part of this today. Is it possible that I share my screen?
How about if you just see what's here, otherwise that it's a lot smaller.
Okay, I was hoping we could start with the initial rendering. Do we have the view?
Last page, please. Last page? Or that one.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. So we understand that the Bob Hall Pier played an important part of local daily life for its citizens, and its loss due to the hurricane and subsequent demolition has left a bit of a void in the local daily activities of the community. We understand that it's a very important amenity, and as such, what we've chosen to do architecturally has on purpose been subdued, not something that's a modernist architectural box, but rather something that's contextual, sensitive to place, community, and the activities that would occur within it. We've also worked with and done what we can to integrate the existing pavilion that remains into this architectural expression, as we think it's important to acknowledge that history and that important place. So could we jump to the plan, please, the restaurant plan?
Go back. One more. There you go.
Yep. So we have the existing pavilion, which is Plan North, which is roughly 50 foot by 50 foot. That's the proposed area wherein we plan to have a dining area. And with regard to the overall footprint, we've left that intact without modification, with the hope to renovate and restore that structure to what it once was. As part of this, we've obviously then integrated in a modern kitchen. We've worked with some food consultants to develop what we think is a very efficient and appropriate kitchen for this space, in addition to a point of sale and restrooms. And the idea is that along the east water-facing side would be, as previous, an area for outdoor dining, as well as along Plan North. What we've also done is integrate in a breezeway, if you will, or a circulation area on the beach side to allow for access to the kitchen area and restaurant with back-of-house services, while also serving as a controlled method of egress for folks that are in the dining area and outside of this building.
Is this an open air deal? Is this open, or, I mean, the picture looked like it's closed now? It's not an open
The
air
current
space?
desire was for a conditioned space. It can be obviously opened up if desired as part of a comment to the 60%.
I didn't see it before.
Yeah, and our thought is, as we show here, we've shown some doors onto the water-facing side. Those could be rearranged or located in different locations. And we've also included a plan for rolled-down doors to protect those in the event of another hurricane. One other final note on this plan, if you notice the south portion of the building where the kitchen exists, we've pulled that a bit north to create a bit more space with an area for a bench and to help create a plaza space that folks can meet and gather at prior to either dining and or going out onto the pier for a day of activities. And now, can we shift to the concession area, please?
Next one.
Yes, thank you. So in this area, we did our best to create a very efficient, minimal footprint that includes both public and paid restrooms, as well as an important concessions area, which is in the middle, with a point of sale, storage, and equipment, refrigerators and freezers to support the sales within that area. And then finally, a restroom for that person running that area. You'll notice on the public side, on the left, we have included a small area for a janitor's closet, and we made a point of having access into both restrooms within a niche so as to provide some area level of protection and to allow the potential use of another rolled down door at those locations to protect that entry and those doors. We had originally thought to provide additional entries off that main facade, but in doing so, we thought it overly complicated that facade and also would then require multiple roll-down doors to protect that. So we think this is an efficient solution that addresses the needs that we've been presented with. And then if we could just shift to the plaza rendering.
Next one. Thank you.
Yep, and here's a view of that plaza with the proposed benches and gathering area, some signage for Bob Hall Pier. We are interested and excited about the idea that potentially, in lieu of that Bob Hall Pier signage that you see there, that could become a vibrant community board that folks could post and talk about community activities and have it be not only a place to gather but a place to connect to community. And as you see, folks, to the right is the gate into the paid portion and the concessions building on the right there, with a point of control at that gate on both sides so that folks can easily come and go through that area.
I have
and
a
then
question.
Finally, we have a view from the water looking back at the restaurant. And let me say this, we've received some preliminary comments that this looks a little bit too fancy and glossy And we would be the first to admit that that was a great comment and input. Our intent certainly isn't to bring some modernist piece of architecture that's devoid of sense or emotion or connection to community. So in the way in which it's rendered, we'll certainly revisit that, but the intent is to create something that's nostalgic and something sort of simple and something that would be inviting to all of the community.
I think,
but what we do like about this is the
Commissioner
what it shows
Hernandez
and
had a
what-
question before you move on, please.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you,
course.
Judge. Yes, I just want to know, those roll-down doors, will they be manually or will they be electric?
Our current thought is that they're manual. As we've heard, there's been problems in the past with regard to power. So our current thought is that they would be manual to make sure that they work under any circumstance.
And we would be incorporating the lessons learned on, obviously, the roll-down doors, that we're seeing right now, that the county is seeing right now.
Thank you.
So, go ahead.
So,
Commissioner Gonzalez has a question as well.
I'm really, what I'm looking at right now, that box, whatever, the restaurant, is that the whole thing in that building, the restaurant or the concession? I know it's not a concession stand, but it's got to be a restaurant because concession stand is different, but is that the restaurant, the whole box?
the area there that is being reconstructed, that is the commercial kitchen. That's a one-person office there for the restaurant. It's the bathrooms for the restaurant, all the prep area for the restaurant, the coolers, et cetera. The seating area is in what is still existing out there, the pavilion.
Okay, my next question. The restaurant will have seating area inside, right?
It is in what is now the pavilion, correct, what's still out there.
Okay,
I'm not sure if I'm understanding what you're...
I'm confused from pavilion and restaurant now. So I'm looking at a building, it's got people walking around it, right?
Correct.
Walking around it, and you keep saying public. I would think the restaurant is public also, as part of the pier. I mean, if people want to go in there and...
Right.
If there's going to be any kind of sitting around outside,
Yes, sir.
people want to go sit down and eat, break their own lunch, whatever, I mean, are they going to be allowed to do that?
There will be seating out front, just as it is now. That outside walkway is 8 feet wide, same width as it is, or as it was. We'll have outside bar seating, just like it was there. This preliminary rendering just simply shows a guardrail there. That will be changed to essentially provide bar seating out there.
Well, if it was not too wide, I mean, you can't put hardly a table in there, but I'm talking about if there are tables out there, the public can come in there whenever they want, bring whatever lunch they have with them. They can go out there and sit in those tables, enjoy the beer, enjoy whatever, and there's no issue to that, right? Because
that's up to the county and the concessionaire,
so, I
sir.
mean,
That's how it was before.
But I'm projecting that people
There
are
was
going to say,
always two separate, there was a concessionaire and a restaurant. Those were
It
not
was-
the
no.
same and one in it. Yeah.
There
I
was always-
didn't realize there was two.
Well, no, there was always, the concessionaire and the restaurant were run by the same
same
individual, and then there was seating in areas where he's talking about, this 8-foot walkway where the public could go out there and they didn't have to go to the restaurant. I think that's what Commissioner Gonzalez is trying to get to. So there'll still be space that's accessible for the public. If they don't want to go into the restaurant, they can go out there and sit and enjoy a view.
The same as it was previously,
The same
sir.
as it was before. Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
One
but-
other note on the restaurant, we have planned for a point of sale along that water-facing side. You can see in that night rendering a small window. So the idea as well is that if people wanted to get something to grab and go, they could as well. They could grab some food and then head out to the pier or elsewhere.
That's cool.
so really, when I projected the observation deck, to have an observation deck, I mean, this is not much of an observation deck. I mean, it's more like a walk around, almost as wide as, double wide as the sidewalk, right?
We are using what was there before with the existing structure, with the existing columns and beams.
It's basically the same layout as before, because if you remember, we moved that observation deck to Port A.
Right.
And then this became the restaurant space
I would
with
still
an area outside the restaurant that people could access.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
then you said paved restrooms. They gotta pay for the restrooms?
No, they walk, if you walk onto the pier, you have to pay to walk onto the pier.
Right.
So we have restrooms on the right-hand side, the paid side, and we also have restrooms on the left-hand side, the non-paid side. So you would not have to pay to actually use a restroom.
Before you go to the gate?
That is correct.
Once you get to the gate, is there restrooms beyond the gate?
There are restrooms beyond the gate also,
And restrooms in the restaurant.
and restrooms within the restaurant for, I would assume, for the restaurant patrons, correct?
You don't pay for any one of them?
You just pay to get.
You have to pay to get through the gate to go onto the
Oh, yeah,
pier.
I understand.
Yeah, once you pay, you have access to anything that's there, right?
Yes, sir.
My concern is, will the public be able to go inside the restaurant if they just want to cool off and sit down and rest a spell?
That's really up to the county and
Okay.
the concessionaire for the restaurant. With that, I'd like to finish up, just indicate that we have submitted the permit. We resubmitted the permit a few months ago. We are now getting comments from the Corps on the permit, which is great news. It means they're paying attention to it and they're progressing with the review. Indications that we have had the 30-day notice and advertisement for comment. We have not received any comments from the Corps that they received from the public, but all of the conversations, the correspondence we've received from the Corps, there are some comments, but there's nothing of substance. And Scott Cross may comment on that in terms of the information we received from the Corps. Really, there's no comments of really any seriousness at all. So with that, that's the end of our presentation. Any other questions or for us?
I do judge whenever you're ready.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Commissioner. Yeah.
I'll turn it back over to Scott Harris.
Well, hold on. Let me. No, hey, stay there, Liz.
Certainly.
So, the first one. Well, I got a lot that grabbed me. Too fancy. Where did that? I didn't see. I got the Parks Board input. I don't know what that means. Who says it's too fancy a restaurant? I mean, I'm not saying that's wrong. That's not what grabbed me. I mean, it looks pretty to me. I mean, what's that mean? Too fancy?
I don't remember the name that was on the email that I received. It's just that was, geez, it looks really super fancy. Should be a burger joint or something like that. I don't have the email in front of me or recall the exact words.
Okay, so let's don't take one email and change all our renderings, first of all. Okay. No, I'm just saying I heard him say, someone said it was too fancy and we're going to go back and work on it. I'm like, well, hold on.
Yeah.
Don't go back and work on it until the court or the Parks Board, who are the bodies that, do this, right?
Exactly, and that's the process is, of course, we provided the documents to, Scott Harris, the county. Really, it's in a, kind of like the town halls. We're gathering information. Scott Harris and Scott Cross will then sift through all those comments, determine which, as the owner, which ones they want to include. They'll provide them to us, and we'll go forward into the 60% with that.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this, and that was not what jumped out at me, that it was too fancy. I mean, if we're going to air condition a space, then obviously it's going to look different than what it was before with the opened space. And so, and I don't know that nice is a bad thing. I don't want to dumb it down by any means. I want this to be nice looking and very presentable. That said, let me stay on the design, and then I'm trying to figure out where to go on this, because this insurability issue is a big, issue with this, and the elephant in the room on this is, and I know that's not a design thing, so I'm going to go back to that. And believe me, I realize that's the issue, and I'm going to do that. But while I've got Lewis up here, I do want to ask him a couple of questions on the design. The size of the restaurant, right? So, and I get it all depends on budget. So if we can overcome the insurability issue, which is significant, and I don't know that we can, and I'm going to talk a little bit with you on that too, not the insurability, but what happens if it's not insurable.
Sure.
And what if the court decides to go a whole different direction? To me, if there's additional, what I would like to look at, depending on what the court says, is if we can, I've always wanted to get more first floor expansion, right? So if there's monies for first floor expansion, then I would like that would be something I would like to look at. I would like to see more space on that first floor if it's insurable, okay? Because I think if it is insurable, the more space we have on that first floor, the better we are. So that is a comment.
Not the building, just the deck.
No, I would like more on the first floor building, the restaurant space. That's me. That may not be what the rest of the court wants, and I'm okay, whatever. But I'm just saying I've always thought more space on the first floor was a good idea. So that is still something I'd like to throw into the mix for this discussion. And I get that there's cost involved, and you've got to come within budget, and we've got to look at all that. But if there's extra money out there, then that would be one of the things that I would like to look at. Someone sent me an email, and I don't know if it's true or not, that indicated, and I don't see it, but maybe I'm missing it, about kitchen fixtures blocking the Gulf view. Is there something? I don't even know what that means.
I have not heard anything about that, but there's nothing blocking the view now that was not blocking the view then, which essentially was the building.
Right.
You know, there are no kitchen fixtures outside.
Okay. Okay. Or blocking the view. Okay. Fair. And then on the pier itself, help me with, I know we talked about some additional seating and shade structures, and I know there's debate over, you know, birds pooping on the shade structure and stuff like that. But I mean, at the same time, it's hot. It's the Gulf. It's freaking 100 degrees in this summer all the time. Do we have some additional seating and shade structure potentials that we could look at on the pier? Now, you know, out
Sure.
on the T heads, or it's going to be a T, right?
Right. And you're absolutely correct. The public comment was really, hey, you know, my mom, you know, she's 87. She would love to have a bench out there to sit on and shade to sit under while I fish or something like that. But as you noted, the comments were plus and minus. You know, you put shade out there, then fishermen are going to catch it with their lines, and birds are going to sit there and poop on everybody. So it's as one of the cost savings measures that we went through, you know, with Scott Cross and Scott Harris, is that shade and benches are not included in this current scope because of the cost, so that we could build the pier itself with the idea shades and benches could always be added in the future.
And that's fair, but, and I get it, but I'd still, I'm not, and maybe it's just on the T head, or maybe it's just on a portion. I'm not saying maybe that you put any on the long part of the pier, potentially, right? Because that's where they're going to catch their lines or whatever, because it's a fishing pier. You could certainly put maybe some benches along there that would
absolutely, and
right.
it's a low-cost way to kind of incrementally add some amenities without a lot of cost.
And that's that's what I'm looking for, is a low maintenance, you know, low cost, you know, benches that people could sit on while they're fishing or while they're standing out there, because people there are those that can't stand out there and fish the whole time. They need to be able to sit down and take a break. And so, and maybe the shade structure is only at the end of the pier on the T. I don't know. I mean, I get that you're looking for cost cutting measures, and I appreciate that. But at the same time, I think not having any place to sit or any shade structure at all is going to be a little daunting for a lot of people who can't just get out there and do that. So there's got to be some low-cost, effective ways to do that. So if y'all could just take some look at that, okay?
No, certainly. As I said, that's something that we could easily add during an added to bid item, you know, when bidding it, to say, you know, X dollars per bench placed as desired by the county.
Okay.
You know, something like that. That's
Right.
easy to do. A little bit more difficult to add shade structures in that manner, but it's certainly something we can look into, sir.
No, and I get it. And it may be a situation where if there's just no finding, then I may have to go find some of my OC, you know, Precinct 4 CO money or something to add some benches. I mean, I think to not have the seating is, we're going to go back and end up doing it, so we might as well look at doing it while we're doing it.
To be fair, in terms of other items that were eliminated as a cost savings measures, is one of the things the ad hoc committee really wanted. They had set aside $500,000 for safety items, which was a mishmash of a bunch of different things. Upon discussions with Scott Harris and Scott Cross, that $500,000 has also been lined out. So it's not included in this current construction budget.
Okay, and you're going to have to get me what those were, just because I don't remember. You can provide that later, what got
Certainly.
lined out. I can't remember what all those were. I remember we talked about them. And then what I don't see, and I get this is renderings, right? And I see the one big Bob Hall Pier sign. Was that the one? We had several different versions that were looked at, and there were some cool ones that I thought we picked those ones that were like on the ground, or I'm not saying we shouldn't do this, but there was some really neat signage that big, huge letters. But don't look at me like I'm crazy. What were those?
No, there were several there. I believe my recollection, and my memory's not perfect, was that what people wanted voted as the best, because there were like 3 of them that were there for voting online. My recollection is that the overhead pier sign, like we have it shown here, was selected because it was the historic sign. We had a very tall, pedestal that had lighted letters that went Bob Hall, BOBHAL also. That one, I distinctly remember that one. It was not the most preferred option.
It looks like the Washington Monument.
Exactly.
There was some that went this way that were pretty cool too.
Think about the Cancun sign.
Right, and there was other ideas also, such as putting a large cutout of a fish on one side so that somebody could have a picture taken with them like that, and a big cutout of a surfboard on the other side, or a real surfboard, that people could have their picture taken next to create some excitement on social media.
That was pretty cool to me.
Yeah.
I'm not, and maybe, let's take those back to the Parks Board, too, and let them kind of look at those designs. I'd like to get some feedback from them on that too, because I kind of thought that one that, you could take pictures with. I mean, that in trying to create something that that people will put on their Instagram, put on their Facebook, and put on their signage is just so important in this days and times. And I just
agree completely.
Yeah, and I just went through this whole process Scott Cross and I did with Port Aransas and all the signage that they're talking about doing, all the branding, and they're really trying to come up with some cool stuff. So I'd really like to send that back to the Parks Board and really look at some cool signage that might be more, more impactful, more, something that'll just, people will have to go take a picture in front of that sign, and this sign, you just don't have to do that. And it's too high, and it's hard to get a picture, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have a sign like that, but I'm just saying I would really like for some signage.
Yeah, it was a conscious decision to focus on the items that cost a lot, i.e. the pier structure itself, and you cannot, once you build it, you're not going to make it wider, you're not going to make it longer.
No, I
so
get
that,
it. Yeah.
These
I just
other
don't wanna
items certainly are crucial to making it really happy, making it a really impactful design, like you said. They're relatively low-budget items that can be added at virtually any time.
Okay, just keep that in mind. That's my
Certainly.
input. We'll hear from the rest of the corps as we go forward too. And then the structural part of with the roof over 2 structures. So I know that was some debate on that. Tell me where we came down on that. We've got this. So we've got the existing facility, and we're going to, assuming it's insurable. I'm going to keep saying that because that's my next point. I'm a little concerned about the insurability. But assuming that it is, then we're going to take the roof off the existing facility, build a second one, and build one overall. Is that the?
That is what we're showing here right now, Mr. Chesney. That has been a topic of discussion and some concern, because included in our scope was a review of that structure to see could we put a second story on it. That was a what if. We took a look at the structure. We feel it's capable of supporting a second story. It was not designed for a second story, but the structure is large enough we felt it could support a second story. So in looking at that, that was part of our scope. Going back through and looking at this in terms of a 30% design, we did go back and forth. Should it be 2 roofs? Should it be 1 roof? Did feel that from an architectural perspective, to make it look that much more appealing, we have gone and shown a single roof in there. It will require going through and looking at the existing roof trusses to see, are those trusses capable of supporting a change in roofs, because it was built 12 years ago or so. codes have changed a little bit. So it's possible that that the trusses may not be capable of supporting what we're showing here as a single roof. There are things we can do, such as extending the ridge beam from the new structure to possibly counteract that. That's something we do not know at this time, but we will need to find out before we get to the 60%.
Okay. All right. So you would take off the roof of the existing facility and build a facility next to it and put that over it.
Correct. Currently, it's a shingle roof, as you remember. And can you show the rendering there for the two together?
No, it's okay. That's
what
what I
you'll
need.
see is
So let me
metal
ask you
roof.
this: if this doesn't become insurable, if this isn't insurable, right? Which I don't know if Carlisle's here today. He was supposed to be with some recommendations on this, and someone needs to call him and get him here because that's the issue: is this insurable? So someone needs to find him, because the elephant in the room here is there's question because this structure now is over water. The mean high tide line is shifted. If I'm saying that wrong, Scott, tell me.
That is correct. It's moving landward.
Right. So without beach renourishment, which would cost, I don't know how much. Obviously, the beach, and then John Michael always tells me beaches renourish on their own. Okay, I get that too. Right, that happens.
It moves back and forth.
Right.
Correct.
And so, but as we sit today, the mean high tide line has changed the complexion of this building. And therefore, it has been told to me that there's a very low probability that this building can be insured like it was before. So that means this court may have to make a business decision on whether the pier's already not insured. Now they're going to have to make a decision if they want to build a building that's not insured. That'll be up to the court to decide, right? If this then is moved, let's say behind the dunes, as some people have suggested,
certainly,
what does that do to? Will that mess up your design process? The last thing I want to do is slow this down in any way, shape, or form, because it's been slow enough, right? I'm not saying it's anybody's fault. I'm just saying it is what it is. We've had all kinds of. We had to find the funds. FEMA didn't help, and we can go through the whole thing again. I'm not going to do that. But the bottom line is if the court decides, well, we're not going to. If the insurance company comes in and says, insuring people says it's not insurable, we don't know if it's insurable. There's a 5% chance that it's insurable. And they decide, well, we're not going to build another structure that's not insurable, and we have to move it behind the dunes or spend the money on Briscoe King or whatever the court decides. What does that do from a design standpoint? Because I want this pier moving forward, and we all do.
Certainly. That has been brought up and been discussed. I was here at the Parks Board meeting when that was brought up as an idea. We could just simply pick the restaurant plan up, put it behind the dunes, put it on higher pilings to keep it up above waves and the FEMA flood level. That's one possibility. Have discussed that with the architect. They feel that it kind of messes with the sense of place. So I'm not an architect, but anyway, they felt, well, if it was behind the dunes, it may call for a different orientation or layout. But it's certainly possible we could take the current design, simply pick it up, put it behind the dunes, and then you've got, of course, a gap in between the pier and the existing structure that's out there. We can either, move the pier closer. It's always a possibility. We haven't driven any piles. We'd have to tell the Corps that, but it should be relatively easy. Or we could stick a gangway over from the pier to the existing structure there, simply a pedestrian gangway. It's $50,000. Something like that, and you can use it as an open air pavilion again.
Well, and that's a good point. That's a really good point, because I don't make that point because I don't know if I want that to happen. But before I lose my train of thought, right, so then if that happened, then would that change the permit to where we'd have to go back? Because I don't want to go back and have to do a permit again either, which slows us down for months. So if that building is not built and we have to gangway it or we have to move the pier over, is that going to change the footprint, which means we're going to have to reapply for the pier or permit?
We would not need to reapply for a permit. But Scott, do you want to take that? Essentially, it's...
Real quick, before you get too far off in the weeds on this. Sure. When we permitted this pier, we permitted the footprint to include that big plaza area. And even though it's not included because of budget, this goes to one of his first points. If he finds some more money, then it doesn't change the permit, because you've got plenty of room to create more outdoor space if we find more money. So we did that.
Or within the budget we have.
Yeah, and we shrunk the plaza in the middle because that's where we had all the fancy signage. And so, yes, we can look at additional what you want for signage with the board there as a, you know, a point where people want pictures. So that's easily taken care of. So the Corps is only concerned about everything from the mean high tide line down. If you took that restaurant and you moved it right behind the dunes, then you don't have any Corps federal permitting at all. Their jurisdiction stops at the mean high tide line. Then it's just a GLO dune permit. That's it. So anyhow, I just wanted.
And so again, before we leave today, Ida, somebody needs to call Chase Carlisle. Ida, can you call Chase Carlisle and get him over here? Because this insurability issue is what I asked to be a part of this presentation today. And that's very important, that the public is very aware of the fact that we're being told at this point that that is a serious question on insurability. So I need him over here or on Zoom or something to get here, and we should have notified him of that.
Never been able to insure it before.
Well, no, the building was insured.
Very low insurance.
No, we had good insurance on that building. We had
Did you contact them, Tim?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a couple.
Him walk out
We had a
to
couple
call.
$1 million on that insurance before, if I'm not mistaken. So it was insured. It was insured for its value before. So that's okay. So that answers my design questions. And let me make sure that's all that I have for the moment. Yeah, I think so, Judge.
We had a casualty and property committee meeting last week, part of the insurance committee, and Chase was there. And so, yeah, I think it best come from him. And Tim was there. Of course, the judge was there, and I was there, part of the committee. I'd rather Chase present it, but yeah, the insurability is the issue. I mean, you got to know moving forward that we're putting a big price tag on a project that there's not really many policies, if any, that you can find worldwide that would insure a project like this. And so that's going to be a big issue for us to face.
Yeah, and certainly we're ready to go forward however the county wants to go forward.
And I did want to make sure you saw the Parks Board's. I know you were there, that you saw the Parks Board recommendations and
I got that
their
yesterday.
input. I want to make sure their input's on the record, and the Commissioners Court all has it too. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
We have one more. May Nardone is online. She wanted to comment. If you unmute her before we move on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, Judge and Commissioners. First of all, I'm excited to see us moving forward and with the plans that are out there. It's exciting. I did want to point out a couple things because there was a couple questions and comments made. I know Commissioner Chesney, you mentioned also more room. That was something we always needed, was more room. So any more room we could get would be great. There just wasn't enough space up there. And one of the main things I could see where we could maybe add some more room is before we had 8 feet in between the buildings. My ex-partner and I had enclosed that to make more room for us because we needed more room, and that's 400 square feet. We had discussed that before, and it was said before that it wouldn't be a problem to enclose it and leaving that 8 feet between. I do like that you all are talking about spaces for people to sit. Even when people would come into the restaurant, we never required them to buy anything. They could come in there and we would give them free water even. A lot of times, especially when the surfers were competing, their families would come up there and they could sit up along the water side and enjoy watching their family members surfing and competing. But my suggestion would be, instead of having that extra 8 feet on the south side where the plaza is, that's the hottest part of the building. It really gets hot there. Nobody really hangs out there. They quickly want to move into the shaded area, which is the east side of the building, which is the water side. So maybe if you did some bench seating right there on the southeast side, maybe a couple of benches that are now going to be blocked by the building, giving that extra 8 feet to the building, and then if there's money for it, you could have that little area that's closest to the entrance of the pier would be my suggestion. As far as insurance, I am an insurance agent, so I do know a little bit about that. My understanding is we did have insurance during Harvey, which is what got paid out, but during Hannah, we did not have insurance on the building. Not that we shouldn't have it moving forward. There's another company, and I'd be happy to give that information to Carlisle or whoever it is your insurance company. There is an independent that can do flood, but there are some parameters that y'all would have to meet with the construction, which I know with it being a 100-year building, it would probably meet and more than surpass their requirements for you to be able to get it. It's not through FEMA because FEMA will not cover it with it being over the water, but there is an opportunity where you can get that information. I'll be happy to provide that to you, and hopefully that can help you get insurance if need be for the concession area. And that's pretty much it. I'm excited. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to where it goes, and maybe have some input a little bit with the design and the layout, just as the existing concessionaire, so kind of know what works and what kind of layout would work better instead of trying to make something that's already designed work. Maybe I could have some input with y'all's approval. That would be great. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions?
So I guess what do you need from us today so that we keep this process moving? And I don't know if Scott or John Michael, anybody wanted to, or Scott Herrick, anybody else want to pipe in on any of this, please feel free, but I just kind of need to know what y'all are needing from us so that we keep this process moving, so the public knows we're keeping this process moving. That's why it's so important to have this today.
Based on the feedback I've been getting about this whole connection of the pier to the parking lot, or even if the restaurant moved back there, nobody likes that flyover idea, and so I'm not going to pursue those grant monies for that. It's nobody in the public really likes it. I know you're not too thrilled about it. I know that there are park board members not too thrilled about it. And to be honest with you, I'm way over my head with grant applications right now, and that's the one I just don't have to worry about.
Well, what I'd rather you push back on is continue to push back on, and I'd like the Parks Board to weigh in on this too, is I think the GLO is misinterpreting the beach management plan, and I think they are wrong on that parking lot. I've mentioned this. Judge Scott was there. I mentioned this in front of the land commissioner herself. I don't think that the staff is correct on this, and I think we need to figure out how to really, with a concerted, organized effort, have a meeting with the GLO staff and the land commissioner there in person, not just their staff, to discuss this parking lot back on the beach, because people want that parking lot on the beach. I want that parking lot on the beach. We have the ability, in my opinion, to put that parking lot on the beach, and I think the land commission staff is incorrect on that, and so that's something I definitely need some direction on from you and the Parks Board.
I started pushing back on that 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And me and the judge actually had a conversation at the hurricane conference with the GLO staffer. So anyhow, yeah, that's the best solution, instead of worrying about this flyover thing. So
yeah, I mean, and we've got that. Anyway, that was supposed to be done, I think, with those Road District 4 monies. That was part of what that was when we designed that, Anyway, so, yeah, let's don't give that up at all, please. That's important. So what do you...
Yeah, really in terms of what Jacobs needs to go forward, we are quite far along in the pier design. You can see there it's well beyond the 30% design. We would like to go forward as quickly as possible. In order to do that, we'd like approval of the pier concept, from Commissioner's Court, from the Parks Board. Obviously, comments such as where is space and everything, what does the roof look like, can be accommodated during the process to the 60% submittal. But we would like approval of the 30%, and then we'll go just as fast as we can. And I see no reason why we could not be bidding the pier this year.
Can we approve the pier while we're waiting on the insurance issue on the restaurant? Can we do those as two separate things? Yes.
And that's a great idea, Judge, because we may have to separate these projects, as much as I don't think that's the best thing to do financially.
I say we can do whatever the court wants.
No, and I think that's what we need to do, because this insurability issue is a big issue that the court's going to have to make a business decision on, and see where we go from there. And until we get that word from Carlisle definitively as to where those things stand, but I don't want that pier to stop. I mean, we need to get that pier going, and we need to keep that thing moving. So,
make the motion, whatever.
So I don't know what the motion needs to be. In other words, I still would like to look at some seating and some shades and some signage. So if that's okay to add to the motion as to, doing that, I'll be happy to make the motion that we continue to move forward on the pier part of this for now, and let's bring back the restaurant maybe when we have a little more information on insurability. So let's make a motion maybe to do it that way, Judge, since you, is that?
That sounds great.
To move forward with the pier with the additional looks at signage, seating, shade, structure, and move forward on that.
Back at another time.
And then I'll make a separate motion on the restaurant part of it, just so we can keep it going. So that'd be my motion.
Yeah, second, Judge?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want, we second discussion. Can you bring back the picture on the pier with the restaurant? Not the night one, the other one. The other one. That one. And I agree with Commissioner Chesney, because that's been my thing, of seating, space, shading. I'm looking at that picture with that lady standing there by herself there, but further to the left, right there. I'm just saying, if we cut that much out of the restaurant or whatever it is, and make that area there a seating area, people can come in and relax. I just don't see there's a lot of space there for people, the public, to come in, walk around that building, to enjoy what's out there. To me, the pier is a pier, but, a lot of people in the public don't go to the restaurant. They go just to go and visit the pier and, sit there and talk and do the 5Ks, whatever, and they come back and they want to relax. So to me, that would be my recommendation, is to shorten that building there where that lady is and make that a seating area like Commissioner Chesney was talking about. And, and that, I think, to me, is we need to build this for the public, not for a certain population, not for a certain group. It's just to be built for the public.
I agree completely, sir. That walkway back there was added at Scott's Cross's desire to provide service access to the back side of the building. We will need to put a gate back there so that exit only, so that folks can't come in there, walk around the building and gain free access to the pier itself. So there will be a one-way gate right there. It is also the hottest side of the building, obviously during the afternoon. It is currently designed to be cantilevered off of the existing structure. Making it wider, certainly we can probably do anything, but that's one of the reasons why it's so narrow right now, sir.
But the north part of it, I'm not talking about the one from the west side.
On the north side up there?
Side, yes.
Yeah, that is currently as wide as it is right now. That's the existing structure.
But I'm saying the building was cut where that lady's at, and then you have all that room there to be able to sit, right?
No, the building wall right there is where it is currently.
I know.
That's the existing.
But it's not there. You haven't built it yet. I'm just talking when you build it.
It's a current building.
That is the
new
current.
part is the restaurant.
No, it's there.
The kitchen
Yeah,
part.
the new part is the in-between part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's already there.
Correct.
Demo it. What the heck?
Yeah, you're going to pay for that one, right?
Spend all these dollars anyway.
So then, if we can vote on the pier part, and then I'll make a separate motion on the restaurant part, just so we keep it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there enough accessibility in case of an emergency for, EMS to get in there with the gurney and all that, where they can get around?
Yes, sir, there is. And the ramp up to provide access to the building for deliveries and stuff like that, that would be able to support an ambulance.
Okay, thank you.
And Judge, Commissioners, before you get to the motion, I did want to just chime in and tell you that I have assembled a team of professionals, engineers, to review Lewis's deliverables, since he's sent them to us at the end of April on the 24th. And we've spent the last couple of weeks looking at things. There are no fatal flaws in the pier design at all. The design is consistent with the Parks Board's expectations and the conversations that we've had here. So I think moving forward with the pier, knowing that we still have some, discussions with insurance, things like that for the restaurant, moving forward with the pier is the right thing to do. It'll keep the ball moving with Lewis, and there's really nothing that our team has seen as far as fatal flaws with the pier at all, it can be moved forward.
Thank you. Do you want to restate your motion, Mr. Chesney?
Judge, my motion was just to move forward to the 60% design on the pier portion only at this point, including relooking at shade, seating, and signage.
I seconded it. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Then your other motion?
Judge, I would make a motion to move forward on the 60% design of the restaurant, subject to us getting verification that there's insurability on that building. And if there is not insurability, or if it's mostly not insurable, or then to bring it back to court at the next meeting or the meeting after that to revisit whether or not this court wants to move forward on an uninsurable building. And I know that's a lot, Kara, sorry, I don't know.
Kind of a weird, I don't know if you can do a motion to, I mean, how much is too much, how much is not? I mean, it's kind of,
You can.
I think I would prefer the motion to just bring it back to the next meeting once we have information.
For discussion on how do we do it.
That's fine.
And the May 24th.
I
yes.
just want the public to be clear on this, that we want to move forward on it.
That's the
but
only
that
problem. We have to have
huge
answers,
issues on
though.
it.
Yes.
I mean, and I'm going to say it again. I mean, this has just come up, right? So this is something that has just come up during all this, and this is frustrating because I really am concerned that we've spent all this time on this, and yet now we're just kind of learning that this insurability issue is a real issue and could derail the building of this process or of this building, just depending on what the court wants to do. So it's a real issue.
A note in the minutes.
Sorry?
I'll add a note in the minutes explaining that.
Yeah, something if you
I want
could.
to table to the May 24th meeting.
And I can put a note as well.
Yes, yes,
just bring it, you just make a motion to bring it back at the May 24th meeting. And please make sure that Mr. Carlisle is here.
Insurance is here with answers.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So, do I have a second?
Sure.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign?
Just to bring it back
Yes, to bring it back on the 24th. Okay, we have our lobbyists online. They are Patricia and Joel. Thank you so much for waiting. I know you stepped in to get on here quickly to give us an update. Receive an update from the legislative consultants regarding the 88th legislative priorities, and I will turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, things are moving fast and furious here. There's 18 days and 12 hours left in the legislative session. Things have been interesting. We wanted to kind of go over a few of the items that were on your agenda, as well as some other items that impact Nueces County that we've been engaged with. First off, I'll start off, and we'll kind of go back and forth a little bit between us. The Senate Bill 175 prohibiting the use of public funds for lobbying, that's passed the Senate. It is waiting a hearing in House State Affairs. Senate bills have to be at a committee by next Saturday, May 20th, so that, I'm not sure where that's going to go. There's a couple bills. I know the court has adopted a resolution regarding beach access, Senate Bill 434 and House Bill 3114. Those bills have not had a hearing. We've delivered those resolutions. There was a bill Representative Leo Wilson had from Galveston, House Bill 3859, that was it was pretty problematic in the sense that it was going to it's a beach approval access bill and plans that were to be adopted by the General Land Office.
Right.
When we went by and visited, we told them it was a little bit of a concern because it was going to impact all coastal communities. And I'll let Patricia talk a little bit about a meeting that she got asked to be in with Chairman Hunter, and we were able to fix that.
So Chairman Hunter asked me to come on behalf of Nueces County with Representative Leo Wilson and the General Land Office. And Representative Leo Wilson's proposal would basically have all beach access plans have to be approved and overseen by the General Land Office, and pretty prescriptive as far as conservation measures. General Land Office did concede that they can participate with a requesting county on putting together plans now. They don't have to have the statutory authority, or they don't have to be in charge of that. Anyway, all of that is to say, at Chairman Hunter's behest and with Nueces County weighing in, we requested that if Representative Leo Wilson thought this was appropriate for Galveston County, then the bill be bracketed only to Galveston County, and that's the way the bill is moving forward.
So we did that. That bill was passed the House and headed over to the Senate. The other thing that the court voted to support was Chairman Hunter's House Bill 2993 relating to the eligibility of property for a reinvestment zone. That bill was just passed out of committee last week, and it's been set on the Friday House local calendar. So we weighed in on that bill on behalf of the court, and that bill will go over to the Senate, and we'll do some work there.
I will put Judge Scott and commissioners on notice. Representative Hunter or Chairman Hunter has said, let y'all may be on point to come help with that if we get stuck in the Senate. He's very concerned about the Senate not moving this quickly enough. So we will get back to you if we get that request from the chairman.
Another bill that the court supported as part of their legislative agenda is House Bill 4844, relating to the use of a broker agent for the real property of the Nueces County Hospital District. That bill has passed the House. It's by Representative Herrero and is awaiting a hearing in the Senate. Senator Hinojosa will pick that bill up. So that one is moving. And then also, I know the court had taken a position on the mass gathering bill by Chairman Hunter. That bill is dead. It did not get out of committee. I think it just started to kind of started seeing a lot of problems, and I think there's, in terms of just prioritizing, they just decided to try to come back and look at some other things later on. A bill that came up just recently that relating to the retirement system of the county and district retirement, Senate Bill 1446 by Senator Hughes, relating to the fiduciary responsibility of the governing board of public retirement systems. That bill actually just had a hearing in the Senate this morning. They adjourned about 10:15. We were monitoring it. A lot of pushback from local governmental entities. This is a bill basically trying to be a little bit more prescriptive on where their investments are made. County and district retirement system was there in full force. We visited with some of the county judge associations and others yesterday, and seems like there's a substitute. We have not seen it yet. There's still a little concern. There's still some concern with the bill and how these retirement systems invest their funds. And this is a result of the interim study from the Senate on all retirement service systems and ESGs. And so we'll get a copy of that. Of course, the court, the members of the Commissioners Court there, we know this impacts all your employees there in the county. And we're working with some of the other bigger counties like El Paso and others that had concerns in the Senate, and we will keep on top of that and try to see what the changes were, and then let you guys know where we are with that version of the bill.
But it's tracking many other bills that we have seen throughout the session in restricting state investments or local governments investments with regard to environmental social governance criteria or considerations. And so it's kind of following that DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the environmental social governance pattern of legislation that we've seen to again try to counter a woke feeling on or approach to things.
Another bill of interest, part of the legislative agenda, Senate Bill 2126 by Senator Hinojosa, relating to the authority of the county to administer a used tire buyback program. The bill did not get a hearing, but there is a House Bill 1503 by Mary Gonzalez of El Paso that has a tire recycling program.
It's a statewide grant program administered by the TCEQ.
Correct. So we have been working with Senator Hinojosa to get an amendment to add our buyback program onto this bill. As of just a few minutes ago, Senator Alvarado out of Houston is picking up Mary Gonzalez's bill. We've already talked to their office. They're willing to take the amendment to specifically target, make it just for Nueces County. We're not sure if it's going to be a committee amendment or floor amendment, but we feel optimistic that we'll be able to amend that bill to another moving bill. And so I'll stop there and turn it over to Patricia and a few other items.
One of I think the port bill, Joe. So we had quite a few port bills that were filed by Chairman Lozano, including expanding the port. We never got the bill filed on electing the port commissioners, but ultimately what has been negotiated out, and we'll see how far we get in the Senate. But there is a port bill on the House calendar for today. We can talk about that in a minute, but on the House calendar for today, that is an interim study of all ports in Texas. Correct. And so we would be included in that, and Representative Lozano is carrying that. That is a direct result, I think, of our port interests in Nueces and San Patricio counties, and so even though it's a statewide application to studying the port issues, we can bet that we will be front and center in those discussions should the bill ultimately pass. The study would be conducted by Texas A&M Transportation Center. So we will keep you posted on that. It's on the House calendar today. We expect it to be over in the Senate. No real prognostication on what would happen in the Senate. The Senate and the House are, especially with regard to transportation bills, are at a little bit of an impasse in holding up each other's bills. So those will be forthcoming. There was a bill that came to our attention kind of late in the process. It is House Bill 4108. It has to do with subdivision platting. We were asked by Representative Guillen's office and Senator Hinojosa's office to look at it. Senator Hinojosa had been asked to pick up the bill if it got to the Senate. We started looking at it. We called y'all's Nueces County Public Works Department, Juan Pimentel, to get his input and to help us kind of figure out what this bill did. The more we read it, the more we looked at it, it basically would roll back a lot of the progress that we have made over the last few sessions in regulating colonia-like projects. And so we, of course, hearkened to Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Hernandez's admonitions and what they try to help us focus on during the interim. And we have been working with the El Paso County lobbyists and Hidalgo County lobbyists to try to oppose that bill. It did get out of committee. It is on a late calendar Thursday. We are in the last 2 days of House bill hearings, today and tomorrow. If a bill isn't heard on the House floor today or tomorrow, it is essentially, a House bill rather, it is essentially dead. This is on a late calendar for tomorrow. There's a chance they may not get to it. If it does get over to the Senate, we'll continue to work to oppose that. Similarly, we had a kind of urgent call about a month ago from Dr. Fagan with the medical examiners, Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office. There were several bills moving through the legislative process having to do with fentanyl regulation. Specifically, the bills would change what medical examiners were allowed to put on a certificate, a death certificate, with regard to fentanyl poisoning. It had to be the specific language of fentanyl poisoning. These were all part of a bigger push. These were actually governor's priority bills, House Bill 6, and the low number indicates that it is a House priority and a Senate priority. We worked very closely with Dr. Fagan and his crew, worked with other medical examiners and the County and District Attorneys Association to try to help work on some language that would give medical examiners a better input on what the actual practice of medicine is. I got a very nice note from Dr. Fagan just last week and said while the bills are still problematic, he understands why that language is in there. It's not the best in his words, but he can live with it, is kind of what he's told us. So that bill is out of the House and it is out of the Senate committee, and we expect that to pass pretty quickly. But it was great working with Dr. Fagan and his input on that. Which one next, Bill? Joe?
27.
Oh, 2127 is a bill that we sent you all some information on early on. This is a big state preemption bill to local governance. We alerted y'all to it early without much hope of making a big impact on it, only because it was carried, and it was a priority bill, again, of the governors, and carried by the chairman of the House Calendars Committee. It kind of rushed through the House pretty quickly, and has now been through the Senate and is on a Senate calendar. It is basically a big blanket preemption bill, and specifically says, unless expressly authorized by statute, cities and counties are preempted from regulating under Agriculture Code, Business and Commerce Code, Finance Code, Insurance Code, Labor Code, Local Government Code, Natural Resources Code, Occupations Code, and Property Code. However, through a House floor amendment, you still have the authority to regulate animal businesses. Okay, so there's that. But this is a train. I mean, every county and city in the state, I think, tried to weigh in on this. It is a bill that both associations, I think, worked hard. It was just a train moving. So while the language seems pretty onerous, I think what it's basically limits you to is, unless you go and expressly have a statute that allows you to regulate, let's say, payday lenders in your community, or have to, or want to pass an ordinance that requires a minimum wage for construction workers, or water breaks for construction workers, or something like that we have seen other communities do. This bill would preempt that unless it was expressly authorized by a specific statute. I hope that's a little clearer. Joe, which is next?
House Bill 5, which is Chairman Hunter's job creation bill, has been voted out of the House, has been just received in the Senate. I think that was just referred to the Senate Committee on Business and Commerce.
Correct.
And then we also have in the budget HB 1 that's being negotiated as we speak, the final state budget for FY 24-25. There will be there's a big focus on the Senate on mental health, behavioral health, and diversion programs. What we've been monitoring and in discussions, there will probably be some funding that might be available to local communities in their either sheriff's department or their local mental health authorities to utilize some grant funding from the state.
Or their county hospital districts.
Correct. Or the county hospital districts for mental health and behavioral health. Still don't know how that's going to look. Chairman Colcourt says this is her big priority, and in visiting with her office, she's pretty much been tasked this by the lieutenant governor, and the governor's following her lead on this. So we did bring to our attention the need for our area to receive some of these funds. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then in terms of TWIA and oysters, I'm going to turn it back over to Patricia.
So the TWIA bills is a package of bills, a couple of bills by Chairman Lozano, a couple of bills by Senator Lamantia. Senator Lamantia had two bills that had to do with renewal of TWIA policies and make it a little harder for TWIA to actually cancel a policy holder. Those are both successfully on their way to the governor's office. There's a bigger bill that has to do with TWIA's operating expenses and changes, another bill that changes TWIA's location, headquartered location, require them to be on the coast. Those bills are both through the initial chamber and in the second chamber, but we expect those to pass as well. We kind of piggyback on Chairman Hunter's direction on that. Similarly with the oyster bills, because oyster mariculture was a priority for us in past sessions, we have followed up with some of the cleanup bills. There's an Oyster Advisory Council bill that Senator Colcourt is carrying, Chairman Hunter is carrying over here. That is moving right along. There was another bill that had to do with oyster regulation and specifically how oyster habitats are cleaned up. We sought out some help from Brad Lomax in Corpus Christi, and as a kind of an expert to educate us a little bit on it. He advised us that the way the bill was written would make it nearly impossible for a oyster mariculture operation to function and to be able to be successful in cleaning up and keeping the bays clean. And so we were able to go and visit with the bill sponsor and got some language change. And so that bill is very workable now and seems to be the ideal for oyster mariculture. So we were pleased to be able to help with those two projects.
So I know you guys have a busy schedule. We'll stop there for questions or see if there's anything in specific that you would like us to address.
And we know that's a lot of information too.
Yeah. I've been speaking to them every week too, and if there's something that needs to be addressed immediately, they will get it out to all of us for sure. So just as she said, the chairman asked us to kind of be on standby, but do any of you have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Martis.
Joel, Patricia, thank you all for working so hard for us. And then every time I see you up there in Austin, you're just running to all the offices and keeping us engaged on our behalf. And once again, it proves why we need these services. And so I thank y'all for doing that. Just your opinion or your thoughts on special session. Has there been talk about that? How many? When? What items? Anything that we need to be concerned with?
You're right, Commissioner. We should have led with this. We forgot. So there are two big property tax reduction bills. Both every statewide both houses, the Lieutenant Governor, Governor, and Speaker of the House have made that their top priority. The House has proposed an appraisal cap constriction, and the Senate has proposed raising the homestead exemption. The House and Senate are at a complete impasse. Neither House nor Senate is willing to compromise on their priority proposals. They are at an impasse. It is anticipated that this would be the reason for the governor to call us back for a special session. And depending on what the success is in the House in passing a voucher bill. So those two priorities of the governor's which he campaigned on throughout the interim and has made his priority this session, if they are not done, it's anticipated and a lot of speculation that that would be the reason to bring us back for special sessions.
Just my biggest question, and one of the things I've kind of heard a little bit in all the different tweets and accounts that are following this session right now that I've kind of been reading about and hearing about, and just seeing how, like I said, House and Senate have not been as friendly, I guess, to each other as they have in the past. And so there's been pushback on both sides on certain particular items or bills that have been brought forward. And I know that they need to work seamless in order to get everything done and signing down and be on with it and look towards 2025. But I thank y'all for these updates. And if there's anything that, the session's already ending, but if anything that you need us to be there for, just through you all, to keep us updated. I know that you do a lot of work with the judge. We're fortunate that she has that legislative experience, as well as Commissioner Chesney when he was there many years ago. But that I think helps us have a good footprint there in Austin, advocate or a lot of times, as you all say, defend, right, protect what is current, what we currently have for our county or just county interest. So thanks for y'all's work on that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And y'all call us anytime if you need us. We're happy to respond quickly.
Agreed. We're 24/7.
Any other questions, guys? Otherwise, thank you both. We appreciate it. We know you're very busy and you stepped in to do this, so thank you and good luck. It's the fun times of session, I remember.
Rock and roll, rock and roll.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Moving on to number 4, I was going to skip and come back to it, but Scott Cross has asked us to table this, so can I get a motion to, I guess, till the next meeting, till the May 24th?
So move.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second? We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And item number 5, discuss and consider approval of transfer and realignment of 2 county positions, and that's yours, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I think everybody got a copy of the recommendations.
Yes, we did.
And should have been in the backup, and also got a copy of the kind of the job descriptions for, right now, court's recommendation is saying that we approve transfer and alignment of 2 county positions, mental health program director and deputy director, to the Nueces County Outreach Medical Clinic, including renaming their positions and job descriptions and other related matters. And on the background, of course, we got these 2 individuals are currently being housed at the Nueces County Hospital District. The hospital district is reducing their office space. Therefore, the county employees at this location will be needed to be relocated. The hospital district will continue to pay their salaries as part of the agreement, as well as transferring their equipment, as well as desks, computers, and some supplies. So in order to utilize the space at the Nueces County Outreach Medical Clinic, probably 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, hours could be 8 to 5, but other hours could be also included. Consider transferring and realigning these 2 positions for mental health program director and deputy director to Nueces County Outreach Medical and Wellness Clinic director and clinic program coordinator. And really, right now, the health department is working on Tuesdays and Thursdays, providing services there. They will work in conjunction with the city health department. Still will be providing the services, but also the rest of the time, 5 days a week, we're going to try to bring something to that clinic
Other services.
to
Yeah.
improve that clinic and to probably provide other services and bring other vendors, other partners that can provide different kind of services to the clinic. We met with the 2 gentlemen, Dr. Gonzalez, Xavier Gonzalez, and also with Aaron Diaz, and both have agreed to the transfer. Met with John Hipp and met with John Walls, the president of the board. They're supporting it. They have the board also supports it. So I think this gives us an opportunity, kind of a win-win situation. We're shutting one, bringing them back to our area, and hopefully that clinic will do what we're supposed to do. And really the mission and purpose is to expand its scope as an information source for Commissioners Court and citizens of Nueces County to be a hearing house, a clearinghouse for connecting various healthcare, wellness, and behavioral health care services within the county to allow an integrated community health network system. Nueces County Hospital District is willing to transfer their office furniture, computers, and equipment as needed, and this has already been agreed and approved by the hospital district. And you'll also see their job descriptions that thank Commissioner.
So moved.
We think it's a great idea.
Second.
If you, I mean, it's like, go ahead.
I want to say thank you to Mr. Sally, though,
We
for
were
helping
wondering
out.
when you were going to give us a chance to say yes. Okay,
Oh,
we
I'm
love
sorry.
it. It's great.
Judge, just real quick discussion. I just want to thank Commissioner Gonzalez for all his work on this. He spent a lot of time doing this. This is a great, situation, great move, and I think it's a great utilization of, of the space that's out there. It's a no-cost deal for the county, but it's such a better utilization of it. So I want to
Great
thank Commissioner
benefit for
Gonzalez
the
that.
county, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Great.
I'd like to have
First
Dr.
citizen.
Gonzalez up here and Aaron, come up here. This is the people that will be taking it over. Dr. Gonzalez will be actually the director. Aaron will be the program coordinator. So actually, you can consider Dr. Gonzalez, I guess, a department head, right?
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so let me just say, this is an exciting moment to, again, take on another challenge. There's always some kind of hesitation, but it's always great to do something new and that that there's going to be a lot of benefits, in particular for the community in doing so. And so I just say thank you for the helping putting this together, and we look forward to moving forward on this new venture.
Call the question, Judge.
We have a motion and sorry. You want to speak?
I
Yes.
just want to just thank you all for the opportunity to serve you in that location. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank
We
you all
have
for
a
doing what you do.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. I am needing to skip, our attorneys or outside counsel is here for executive, but we need to vote on item 11 first to see if we can take it to executive. On 3A11, discuss and consider whether pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.0725, deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the collective bargaining contract being negotiated between the county and Nueces County Sheriff's Officers Association pursuant to Section 174, Texas Local Government Code and related matters. This would require us to have a 5-0 vote, everyone, if we move forward, if we take this into executive to discuss. Our attorneys are here to discuss with us.
Judge, are we going into, so are you going to go into executive on
Yes.
everything now?
Yes,
So, okay.
they're waiting on us, but we have to vote on this
Got it.
first.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, so we can take it. Thank you. Now we are going to move to executive. Executive session. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation, and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters relating to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations and other matters that may be discussed in an open executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, consult with county attorney regarding Flag for a Flag contract between Nueces County and Scripps Howard Foundation, the $10,000 funding request within the contract and any related matters regarding Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, closed session pursuant to Section 551.0725, Texas Government Code, to deliberate business and financial issues relating to collective bargaining and contract being negotiated between the county and Nueces County Sheriff's Officers Association pursuant to Section 174 of the Texas Local Government Code. And those are the only two that we will be discussing. So it is 11:48 and we are moving to executive. 1:14, and we are coming back into regular session. From executive, we have one item to bring up an open session. Item A, discuss and consider approving flag for a flag contract between Nueces County and Scripps Howard Foundation, the $10,000 funding request, and any related matters.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion passes. Moving back to regular agenda item, I
Judge,
think, yes, go ahead.
can we just?
Oh, are there any items you'll wish to table? Sorry.
Yes, Judge, I wanted to make a motion to tables items 8 and 9 until the next meeting so that the county attorney can do the diligence she needs to do on that.
Okay. I have a motion to table items 8 and 9 so that the county attorney can, and I will second that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And that's to bring it back next meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, to the next meeting, yes.
And Judge, I need to table item 16 indefinitely.
So, second?
We have a motion and a second to table indefinitely item number 16. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign, the motion passes.
Judge, I have two more.
Okay, go ahead.
Item number 13 and 20, both of those need to be tabled for the same reason.
13 and 20.
13 and 20 for the same reason, which is to verify the ARPA numbers before we can
Move
have
forward on a
that
vote.
discussion on
Yes.
that.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to table item 13 and 20 to the next meeting for verification. They've been instructed to bring it before
okay,
next week, so yes, it should be ready for the next meeting. A motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
About 21, you want to do 21 where it is?
No, I'm going to do that one.
21 table?
No.
No, that one we're going to move forward.
I have a question, Judge. Number 17, is that to be tabled till we get the exact, sorry. Is that to be tabled till we get the exact amount from ARPA?
I think that was coming out of your funds,
Yeah.
your allotted funds, so that one doesn't have to be tabled.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Going to come out of your funds,
Yes. Or any more, or is that moving forward?
Yes, ma'am, that's all I have.
Okay, moving on to item number 6, discuss and consider approval to purchase 36 additional automated external defibrillators. And Mr. Everest, you're up. Thank you. You've done some excellent work on information for these. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The court. Awesome. The court tasked the Risk Management Department to survey the county's properties and to ascertain whether or not the county had enough AEDs located throughout the county. And in doing so, I found that we were deficient in some areas, six primary areas that did not have devices, which need devices. After speaking with law enforcement, we do have some of the constable's office that do have AEDs that are currently mobile. But talking with the remainder constable's office as well as the sheriff's office was a recommendation to outfit AEDs with the protective cases to some of their supervisors who are out there on their shift works out in the far reaches of the county. So before the court, I recommended the 36 additional AEDs with a cost of $74,941. That will bring the county's total to, one second, please.
And where is it coming from, the funds?
1,900.
1,900, Commissioner.
What's not, 1,900
Oh,
is?
Capital outlay.
Capital outlay.
Okay, thanks. I don't remember those numbers very well.
It's on there.
Yes, sir. Currently, there are 60 AEDs out there. With the additional 36, will make a total of 96, with an annual operating maintenance budget of 43,000, a little over 43,000.
20 of which will come from already funded out of my budget. What I will need, which has already been done, is a budget increase for the 23-24 budget cycle. It's for the additional 23,000, and that'll pay for the maintenance costs of the total 96 devices. Are there any questions?
And then you will need to increase your maintenance budget next year this is just making up for that, or?
This is just making up, and then wait. See, this maintenance cost here is a locked price for 4 years. So if it does go up, we're locked in for 4 years, and that contract is currently in the oversight process right now.
So, Tim, with this list, are we pretty much 100% saturated with at least our facilities?
Yes, sir, we are. I went surveyed every facility, so I've laid eyes on every, talked to supervisors, talked to the ladies who run the community senior centers and everything like that. So, yes, sir, to answer your question.
And I was looking for my office there in Robstown, but it's in the yard.
Yes, sir, we are.
Yard, so
you are correct. We're putting an additional
location
one out there.
for
sir.
animal services, our office, and their office. So
That is correct, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve this, or? I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 7, discuss and consider approving a cooperative agreement between Texas A&M AgriLife Extension and Nueces County. This has been vetted by the county attorney's office, and this is basically what we have done for them every year. We do this continuously. It's just we have never had it in a written commitment contract.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Oh, wait. Sorry.
There's one little typo, I believe, in the one that was supplied in the packet that we need to correct. It's a 30-day, 90-day discrepancy in one of the things we just
Subject
need
to
to
the
fix.
correction, my motion would be subject to the correction as articulated by the county attorney.
Second.
So it's my second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign? It passed. Did you need to? Did you want to say something? I know it's for you. You look like you were trying to get my attention, but it passed,
ma'am,
so
I was
thank
saying
you. Okay.
That was fine.
All right, thank
I just
you.
thank you all for y'all support and appreciate y'all continue to support us moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought
Thank
Edward
you.
was telling me you needed to clarify something, so
No,
yes.
no, you want to know if I wanted to say something. but,
Oh, okay.
I was just here in case you had any questions, that's all.
Okay, item number 7, discuss and consider, oh, that's what we just did, sorry. Item number 10. Discuss and consider approving payment of outstanding invoices from ICE engineers for October, November, December, January for engineering services, the Tri-County Drainage Study. I second that motion. Any other discussion?
Just
Yes.
discussion real quick, Judge. So Lisa, are we good? Lisa, are we good with this? Anyone have any? I know we had,
The
Commissioner Gonzalez
information.
brought some
That was on
concerns up last time,
Yes.
and it's all been addressed.
Yeah, on it.
Okay.
It's all, and the information I
Bonus
talked to you at the fairgrounds about, they turned in all of that documentation that they needed. I got the go-ahead from them, so it's the reason I'm
Appreciate
willing
you
to move
working on that,
forward,
yeah.
so, yes.
Wouldn't have happened without you. Thank you, Judge.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. They still are going to, there's some backup, some hours or something on the back on their invoices. They have assured us they will turn that into with their invoices, so.
Okay.
Item number 12, discuss and consider approving payment of outstanding invoices totaling $24,620 for COVID-19 and $1,155 for Winter Storm Uri from Haggerty for services relating to RFP 3141. This $1155, I understand, is going to be billed back to emergency management because it was not
Yeah, because FEMA, we already closed out that
closed out
project.
that account.
That's
Yes,
correct.
And the other is the invoices that they could come up with to find for the reimbursement for the $24,000.
That's correct.
Yes.
So this has been vetted and y'all are comfortable with it?
With these two, yes, but there's a lot more outstanding, but these we do have, yes.
Okay, motion.
Second.
We have a
Approved.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Item number 14, discuss and consider authorizing selection of Turner Ramirez Architects, ARPA RFQ 3221 for the Oil Belt Complex. Discuss and consider approval of exit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. 15, discuss and consider authorizing selection of ICE engineers for the Nueces County.
Judge,
Yeah.
we need to do 3C1 first.
Which one?
Oh, I see one.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. No?
We updated the document, so we do have to make that change.
We don't have to approve the part of the pool?
It's not part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent you another email.
Okay.
Okay, well, never mind then. Item number 15, discuss and consider authorizing selection of ICE engineers for the Nueces County Sunrise Pond Nature and Storytime Walking Trail.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Item number 17, discuss and consider allocating $134,000 from Precinct 1 American Rescue Plan Act funds to the Driscoll Drainage Improvement Project and related matters.
So
We
moved.
did that.
No, okay, we need to discuss this one first,
Yes.
Commissioner.
I thought we did that, though.
Which one?
134, would you say 134?
17. We did isn't Driscoll getting the 600,000
It's
from
coming,
the ARPA funds?
coming out of my.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that one. And then Jeff, you want to address?
Yes, you have a question, Jeff? Jeff, you want to direct?
I don't have any questions, but I'm here, so
Oh.
I'll have questions.
Well, what's the question on it that we need to discuss? Go ahead, please.
It's my understanding that y'all talked to TAC about how to address the 134,000 for the engineering funds?
Yes, that's correct. Basically, the situation was that they didn't have the ability to procure properly. They didn't have the personnel in place, and we consulted with TAC, and basically they said the cleanest way to do that is to let them procure, let them get someone to do the procurement for them, and they can pay for that out of the funds that they're allocated.
So then they would more or less be subrecipients, not, you'd give them the larger amount and they would get all of their own work done.
Basically,
Yes.
correct,
Yes.
but let them find someone to procure for them out of the funds that they are allotted, instead of us doing it for them or some other way. That's
Are
the
they
cleanest way.
okay with
When you
that?
say they, you're talking about Driscoll?
I'm talking
Yes.
about Driscoll. That's correct, Commissioner.
They would be responsible for taking care of
They
it.
absolutely would be responsible for getting their own person to do the procurement properly. That's correct.
So we take you the extra 134,000 or not?
You can give it, you just give it all to them in one.
So, Commissioner allocated around 635,000, I believe, so, for them. And then now we're going to allocate an additional 134, right, for the.
That was out of your funds too,
Correct,
Commissioner?
coming from his funds. So talking to TAG, the best way to do it is just to allocate everything, the 635 plus the 135,
Since that's
35,000.
not on our thing here, can we talk about, can we add that? I mean, we can only allocate the 134 right now.
We've already got the 6 something. but-
Yeah.
So you want to add that together and give them a whole
Yes.
package?
Do we have a contract with them?
No, not at this time. So the idea, Commissioners and Judge, was that we would manage the project for them. So we were trying to allocate that ARPA money to this project, and we, since we've already allocated our engineers, would just do a task order and have them manage. They would put the item out for procurement, which is once the engineering was done and designed and everything else, they would procure the contractor to do the work.
So what
But we
I'm
would
asking is, are we doing only 134, or are we
If we're
doing
go-
769, because they've already gotten 6?
No,
I mean, How can we vote on the 769 that's not on here?
Correct.
No, the other amount is already
The
there.
635.
Yeah, we
635 is already there. This would be, this would add to the total.
And
this
we
would be
did the
total amount.
635 this way already.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. We don't have a contract with them.
No, we don't.
That's
But
the
it was
question.
allocated this
But
way.
It was allocated, we still don't have the contract, okay? So what is recommended, it's by TAC, it's like, the best way to do it is give the 134,000 as well, so they can manage everything. They're gonna contract the architect or the engineer.
But this is just allocating today, right? But we still can't just give them the money.
No, we cannot give them just the money. We had to do it, as the judge stated, it's a subrecipient agreement, so everything has to be in that contract. So we need to bring it back to court, you
Right,
know.
but today is just allocating the money.
Additional 134,000 on top of the 635.
What's
Yeah,
that?
I don't have a
Right.
problem with that. I think we should, but I'm just saying, we need to bring them to the table so they can start tying down those applications so they can get it processed. That's been the holdup with Driscoll, that they need to come and work with Lulu so we can get that application going. Because they haven't come to the table yet to get that application going.
They haven't done any of their paperwork for the other, like, 600,000?
The only documents we've received is the plan sets. And that's about it, in a letter that was presented to court that they needed the funds to be able to fulfill their work. And that is as far as documentation is concerned.
When we had that meeting with them, that was explained to them, right, that they had to do that?
That is correct, that they need to support, send us all the support so I can make a determination as far as risk assessment for the subrecipient.
And Commissioner, when we met also, and you were there, remember we told them that specifically they need to come talk to Lulu and get copy of the sample form that she has to help them out to get it processed. So they need to really come to the table.
Right, so there's financial statements that I need to review. There's policies that they have in place. I'm not sure as far as procurement is concerned, but I believe that they don't have the resources for that purpose.
Have you been able to make contact with them, asking them that they need to come to the table?
I've been communicating with Paula, but I know that they're busy right now, so we've corresponded.
Do you feel like they will get this done? It's like, if they're not going to do it, we're wasting quite a bit of money putting it on the side on hold.
We'll get it done. I'll make contact with them.
Perfect.
Because they do need the help for the drainage, and this has to be done.
Correct.
Yes. So right now we have a motion, don't we already have a motion and a second?
I heard the second.
Brent made the motion, I think Gonzalez made the second, just to allocate your 134
I
to.
thought, I'm going to let him make, it's his money, I'm going to let him make his own
Okay,
motion.
he made it,
I
sorry.
don't think I made it, yeah.
He did, no.
You see, I did, I didn't make it.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought
No,
Brent did.
it's okay, yeah, I didn't make it.
You're,
Yeah, he
Hernandez
made
and
it.
Gonzalez,
Yeah, he
okay.
did motion.
I don't allocate other people's money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So tight.
All
do I need
those
to repeat
in,
it?
And then
we have a
Gonzalez.
motion and a second from Commissioner Hernandez and seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez to allocate the 134,000 from Commissioner Hernandez's allocation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you, the motion passes. Item number 18, discuss and consider allocating precinct 4 ARPA funds. That's why I was calling on you.
There you go.
For capital improvements to Parker Pool and all related matters. I didn't see an amount. That was what I was looking for.
Judge, it changed because of the number 19, and so
Oh.
that's what happened on that. So on 18, it's 100 and, the motion is the motion is to allocate $160,000 of my ARPA funds for capital improvements to Parker Pool and all related matters, and then 19 is a related matter to Parker Pool. So it changed, sorry.
Do you want to make a
And what I
motion?
provided as backup was my precinct 4 commissioner total allocation that shows that I still have money available to do
These
that.
kind of things. And
Just
parks
on
and
your
pools
budget
are
for-
fine.
Yeah,
Our
that's precinct 4.
TAC has told us these are great
Not the
things
ARPA.
to use the money for, so.
Yes, I've vetted
yes.
this with Jeff and Lulu.
So are you
before.
making a motion then, sir?
Yes, ma'am, yes, for $160,000 of my precinct 4 ARPA funds.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. and-
Judge, I did have a related matter on that just for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Edward, what did you tell me? I'm sorry. What do you think I need to hire on that? An engineer?
Commissioner, because of the structure, we're going to modify the structure, and we're looking at the electrical panels, because they're old panels that have been there for, kind of like what we did at the Hilltop. We had to go back in. There's fuses and stuff that need to be replaced, so we'll be hiring some engineers, yes, sir.
Okay, and so I don't remember who's on our engineer list. I want to go ahead and do that too, but who's on the engineer list? That's the ARPA engineer list?
About 5 of them.
I don't know. Somebody give me the names. I just don't remember who's on it. And I didn't.
Adura, First Nichols, and
Turner, Ramirez.
Okay,
Govin.
just put ICE on this one. I haven't used them on one before, so
Yeah.
just, I'd like to,
You'll have to hold that thought because ICE is getting approved during my section of the.
for engineer?
Yeah.
No, this is engineer.
For engineer?
He's
Okay.
getting
He's
approved.
already pre-approved
No,
for
engineer,
that.
they're already
Yes.
pre-approved.
He's already
yeah.
been approved. Okay, so a motion to add ICE to that project as the engineer, if I can make that motion as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. Now moving on to your number 19, Commissioner Chesney.
Oh, thanks. Number 19, Judge, is simply reallocating some 2016 Precinct 4 certificate obligation funds that I thought had already been expended and was able to find with Teresa that had not. And Teresa has verified that these funds would come from Project 192170007 and Project 192170008 to Parker Pool Capital Improvement Project 1917002 in the amount of $170,479. And that would be my motion to reallocate those. And those are all
Second.
Precinct 4 certificate of obligation funds.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. Item number 21, that is also yours, Commissioner Chesney, to allocate up to $400,000 of the remaining ARPA funds for the reconstruction in the courthouse to move the veteran services and social services back.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, I picked this amount simply because it's what it took to do the Public Defender's Office. I know we have this amount of funds left. This was following up on a motion that the court has already passed by a 5-0 vote. So the motion would be to allocate $400,000 of the remaining ARPA funds not yet allocated to a county judge, commissioner, or project for veterans and social services, reconfiguring a space here in the courthouse, assigning the county manager to facilitate this project in conjunction with Public Works, and also hiring Turner Ramirez as the architect on this project. So that would be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Discussion.
All those, go
Sorry.
ahead, sorry,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being proactive on this because we would never get it going.
Yeah, it's
I
going
mean,
to take a
we
while.
would, but there's just so much going
It's
on.
going to take a while.
Yeah. So then Philip or Turner Ramirez, who is the point person on this other than you? Or
No, that's why the county manager, to coordinate with Juan, the county manager and Juan would coordinate this with Turner Ramirez. They'd find the space, they'd look at it. Obviously, they got to bring it back to us and check it all out. But just to get it going and rolling, and because it's going to take a while to construct and reconfigure, and I don't want to be up on another year after that lease expires.
No, I agree. And the lease, we didn't renew it, right?
For 1 year.
We didn't renew it for 1 year.
Okay, 1 year.
That's what it was. Okay, thank you.
Keeping in mind that, close to doors and lower levels for some of the people
Do what?
when you're searching for a location, sorry.
And so on these items where you're going ahead and selecting one of the architects that you already have, it's not a hiring yet because we don't have the contract, and so it's a selection at this point.
I meant it to say
yes.
selecting. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay.
Selecting instead of
So
hiring.
we have a motion and a second, and any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. We are moving on to 22, discuss and consider the next Commissioners Court date is set for May 24th, plus just in the future, keeping in mind that we added a court date in June 6/14 for the bank depository RFP. Any other questions about that or any other things? I guess we don't need a vote for that. On item B, moving to Public Works, discuss and consider approval of a supplemental agreement number 1 with Turner Ramirez Architects for the Precinct 5 Constable renovations project.
Judge and Commissioners, Public Works is recommending supplemental agreement number 1 with Turner Ramirez for $11,110. The monies that are allocated are going to be building and facility renovations, Robstown Community Center, and some CO unallocated monies from 2016. And this is from Commissioner Armadas.
So moved.
Second.
And one on that, I know I'm speaking with Judge Bobby Gonzalez out there, right, our JP. His file room, is there any, it needs to be fire safe. It's not. It's got a file cabinet with some old documents, which starts another conversation of how do they need to preserve? And I know our county clerk stepped out, but that may be part of a bigger issue of maybe just relocating them. But I know he stores certain items, and so maybe like a fire safe room or at least a fire barrier wall or door there in his office. He already has the room designated. It's just kind of open. You walk in and out. So can we tie that in? It's all the same area. It may not even need architectural engineering work done, but if you could just look at it, maybe see if it's something that we can add on, or does it have to be a separate item itself?
Yes, Commissioner, we could take a look at
Okay.
it. I'll get with Rocky and see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a sole source purchase with P2 Emulsions Plants.
Judge and Commissioners, Public Works is requesting, we're recommending approving the sole source purchase P2 Emulsions. This is for stabilization of our roads, and with the amount of money there that's going to be allocated, it's going to be about 6 miles worth of road. And what this does is assist us in being more efficient during the process of reconstructing the road. So we're requesting approval.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second.
And Judge and Commissioners, this is coming out of our maintenance and repair road and bridge funds, 5270. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Number 3, discuss and consider approval of supplemental agreement number 2 between Nueces County and Govan Development, LLC for the mechanical engineering services.
Judge, Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the supplemental agreement number 2 between Nueces County and Govan. Govan has been assisting us with some mechanical engineering, and we're requesting the additional monies, which is about $50,000.
So moved.
Second.
And this is for how long of a time? Or is it an amount, or what is it?
It's $50,000 additionally, Judge, and hopefully we can
We'll be through with
manage
these
that
jobs
prior to.
and-
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Number 4, discuss and consider selection of Govan Development for the retention detention pond and associated drainage improvements at the Stone Gate subdivision.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is a project within Commissioner Hernandez area, and we're recommending Govan for the selection. We met with Commissioner, and we're recommending Govan for the design of the retention pond and drainage improvements in Stone Gate. This project will be coordination with the county attorney and trying to acquire the piece of property.
And the funding's already been approved through ARPA. That's already
Yes,
done.
ma'am. My understanding, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Is that right, Lulu? Everything's good? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Mr. Robinson, you're up. Purchasing C1, discuss and consider award and execution of master service contracts.
So this is the master service contract for architectural services. This is out of the second round, and we're recommending International Consulting Engineers, ICE, be approved for their master services agreement.
And that's a,
Just
that's an
The
addition-
architecture.
Right, it's an addition to, who else do we have?
We had Levy Dykema and Freeze Nichols.
No,
You have Turner Ramirez, an
Turner Ramirez.
architect. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're correct.
Yeah.
that's okay. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Number 2, discuss and consider award and execution of master service contracts for RFQ number 3222, engineering services for drainage projects.
This is for the Council of Governments Method of Distribution, COGMOD, allocating funding to Community Development Block Grant Mitigation Method of Distribution with R. Gutierrez Engineering Corporation, Guzman and Munoz Engineering LLC, Urban Engineering LLC, Friesen Nichols Inc., Ardura Group Inc., and International Consulting Engineers Inc. This ICE. This gives us our pool of folks to use under the CDBG MITMOD
So moved.
grant.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
And just a reminder, similar
motion
to the
passes.
ARPA projects, these will need to be selected for the various projects that you have. Once they get selected, then we'll work with the department head and the county attorney's office to make sure that we have the proper work authorization document to bring back to the court to approve. And that's when you'll see the money attached to the project and to the individual who's been picked. Okay. 3C.
Item number 3, yes, the master service contracts for architectural services drainage projects for the Council of Governments.
So this is for the architect services, COGMOD. This is for Ardura Group, Inc., and International Consulting Engineers, ICE. Recommend approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Is this all that applied? I mean, I'm kind of, that's kind of a small list.
That's not the only, this is another list, isn't it? An
No,
addition
this is
to?
first of COG, I thought.
Oh, this is first of the COG, that's right.
I may be wrong, but.
CDBG funds, yeah.
So on these, the court had already selected based on the proposals. We only received 2 proposals. It's indicated in your list here, but yeah, we only got 2 on the architect side for this. My understanding is that we don't necessarily have a lot of
Well,
architect-related
that's what I was
work.
going to say. I don't have any, so this
If
doesn't
any.
affect me as I was thinking about this, because at first I thought this is too small a list, but I just wanted to point this out to the rest of the court. I don't know who's got what, but mine are all drainage projects, so I don't think I'm going to need an architect on a drainage project.
Yeah,
but-
it's very possible. What my understanding was we wanted to have a pool of both in the case that we might need it if there was some vertical construction that had to happen at maybe around a pump house or
Okay.
something.
All right, fair enough. That's it.
Makes sense. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
And again, not to sound like a broken record, but thank you to Kent Brown and Jenny's office for being very helpful during this process, and I look forward to getting you guys projects working.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Item number D, the auditor. Item number 1, approve the budget change order 13 for fiscal year 22-23.
Yes, Court, I'm respectfully requesting the approval of budget change order number 13 for the 22-23 fiscal year. We have Department 1130, you've previously approved to use salary savings to cover a temporary. And then on the last court, you also previously approved district attorney's reallocation of salary savings to cover operating expenses. These are the 2 budget change orders for that, as well as reallocating various funds in the law library. Does anyone have any questions regarding the budget change order?
So I make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Item number 2, discuss and consider action approving and authorizing the Department of Public Works to utilize salary savings from the vacant GIS position to fund a consultant.
As it has long been the standing of Commissioners Court that we do not allow departments to utilize salary savings to cover operating costs throughout the year. Whenever departments do come before us and request those, we've now asked them to bring those requests to you before submitting the budget change orders to us. That way you're able to consider each particular ask individually, and they're able to justify their request before it goes into the budget change order. So I'm going to turn over to Mr. Pimentel. He does have salary savings to cover this due to the vacancy of a GIS
So moved.
position.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And Commissioner Modis, you wanted to speak? Yes.
Juan, is this just because it's hard to fill this position and it's easier to find a consultant than a full-time employee?
Yes, sir.
or-
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For right now, yes, sir. And then we have some information that we have to insert into GIS. So on a monthly basis or biweekly, we meet with our consultant to assist us with inputting the data, especially with the road and bridge. We have to update, what roads have been done, what signs have been installed, et cetera. So it's coordination between. Hopefully, we can find somebody here that can be permanent, Commissioner.
And just to kind of tie in with the subject of GIS,
Yes, sir.
I know in the past, and I know Ida's here, but our county clerk's not, I've asked before, it's probably been several months, our map that we withdrew for the commissioners' precinct boundaries back in November of 2021, the previous map we had was, I think, GIS based, and this one's so basic that it's very hard to read and distinguish boundaries.
Yes, sir.
And so I think a GIS overlay may be helpful for that. So all the other stuff's important.
Yes,
That's
sir.
not. But if you get somebody hired, that could be something down the list, because it was very interactive. You could easily, when we get calls, right, to our offices, sometimes there may be boundaries between precinct 1 and precinct 3, and you really kind of have to just zoom in on what's there, and it's still not always helpful. So we work and we maybe carbon copy, say, Commissioner Hernandez or Commissioner Gonzalez or whoever, and that's just been an issue I've requested, and I know it takes a lot more than just the clerk to be involved, because it's the elections department or maybe court administration, but obviously it's GIS based. So just keep that in the back of your head. So somewhere down the line, that would be helpful for me in my office when we look and we get those calls of somebody has a complaint, and we're trying to get it resolved and be respectful of other commissioners' boundaries. So.
Yes, sir. We'll take care of it,
Okay,
Commissioner.
thank you.
We'll meet with you and make sure we take care of it.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number E, Human Resources, discuss and consider job title change for 2 senior clerk positions. And I assume y'all are here to talk about that, or are you going to take it, Mr. Soleil? In the Sheriff's Department?
We're going to kind of double team it here.
Okay. Can you speak into the microphone? We can
Sure.
barely hear you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and County Judge. This is going to be a no-cost request to realign some positions there in the Sheriff's Office to provide coverage to a small section there in the Sheriff's Office that's required to be manned 24/7. And so what this will allow is a jail information clerk and a crime data clerk to be on duty 24/7. So we've been asking for this in the budget for the past couple of years. It's been denied, and so we're realigning some positions to allow this to happen, and it's going to be, again, at no cost to the county.
So is it hold on, go ahead, I'm sorry, I mean to say, hold on, go ahead.
So move, no cost, no move.
Second.
Okay, so question, is this a permanent
Yes.
savings?
Yes.
Yes, it'll be
Okay, so
permanent.
tell me, okay, so
If you've
2
been-
senior clerks from pay 13 to crime data play,
Where's the money coming from?
yeah.
Where's the money coming
Is
from?
he doing away with another position to pay for this, or where's
No.
the money coming from if it's no cost?
It's just we're moving a senior clerk from one division
It's
to
the same
another.
pay to the other
Same pay
division.
grade.
So
Yeah, it's
to
just
move
it's just the
across.
title, Commissioner. It's that is the only thing that they're doing right now.
Right, so, because well, what got me was when he said we've asked for this before.
And we
so
were denied.
Yeah, I don't know
so
what-
I thought,
You're just
there's some
reassigning
cost.
people?
Yeah.
Yes, because we've had a couple of people retire here within the past few months, and we've reevaluated their responsibilities and kind of spread them out over a couple of other people, so that's allowed us to free up a position.
But then you're doing away with the positions that you're transferring them from.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that I didn't see.
no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're just moving it to another area.
Well, you can't leave, well,
The one you have here, you're gonna move it here, you're gonna transfer it.
Correct.
But the one you had here is gone, right?
You're not going to replace that one.
No,
Yes.
we're not.
okay, so then those positions would have to be eliminated for it to be a permanent savings. That's what I wasn't seeing written in here, so.
So if I can add some further clarification, I spoke to Dina Chavez, and she explained that what they're wanting to do is basically, as Dave stated, some title changes. So you have one employee already in one of the positions of a clerk, and she's already doing the role of the jail information, and so they're going to transfer those two positions into these two positions and change the duties. The only effect to the existing employee, and I spoke to Dina Chavez about this, is that she currently works 8 to 4. She'll be required to work one of the three schedules from 6 to 4, 2 to 10, or what's the other one, 12 to 8, I believe.
Right, but if you transfer someone, in my world, if you transfer from one position to another, that still leaves those other positions available to be filled unless that is so noted. And in this agenda item, it is not noted. So I'm just making sure that's what we're clearly doing. So the motion would be to transfer these two senior clerk positions to crime data and eliminate the senior clerk positions.
That is correct.
Unless, it doesn't say eliminate,
That's why
unless it's one of their open positions of their 80-something positions that aren't filled.
No, those are different
Yeah.
positions.
Still gotta eliminate it.
Right, so you'd have to eliminate those two positions. Is that what you're wanting?
One of them is currently vacant because of a retirement. So once we fill it, it's going to be reassigned to crime data. So one of the vacant positions there is one vacancy, there is one vacancy in crime data right now. So we're just making a change to one budget to another. So.
Right, but,
And we're not going to fill that other vacant position from the retirement.
okay, so when,
I think what the
maybe,
commissioner's asking, are you going to eliminate the two clerk positions and fill them permanently with these two?
Yes, yes, I mean, so.
Is that what you're asking, Commissioner?
Yes. So it needs
Right.
to be worded in there that this is okay because you are eliminating. That's the only way we can move forward right now.
so.
In the motion, he'll have to put it.
You've got a motion on the floor with a second, so you'd have to amend the motion to just clearly articulate that. That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, my motion, I can restate my motion that we can transfer those two positions to the crime data department or section. That the two positions that were coming from, those positions are actually eliminated and they don't have to be filled.
Right, correct.
Okay.
And you have your.
I second that.
So we're all clear. So everyone in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you very much.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Do we have any adjournments in memory?
Gotta be, huh? It's gotta be consistent.
Do y'all
No,
have
I
any
don't.
adjournments in
I don't.
memory? No? Can I get a motion then to adjourn the meeting?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you
Aye.
very much. This meeting is adjourned. It is 1:58.